Okay, all right, we'll call this meeting to order. Special council meeting November 4th, 2019. Thank you, everybody, for attending. It's been wonderful. So I'll turn it over to Norm. You're going to make the presentation. Our CAO, Norm McInnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are looking for a motion to approve the agenda as on the screen now.
All right, motion to approve the agenda. Tony, Jeff, I guess it's Councillor Bateman, Councillor. Yeah, I agree. Any discussion to the motion?
Finish your
Mr. Shadow.
motion. Just for future reference, we're in a, no, sorry, my apologies. I take it back.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor here, and no more further discussion. All those in favor signify raising their hand. That is passed unanimously. Back over to our...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point on the agenda, we do have questions from the public before we get into the presentation.
Could be anybody in the public that have something to say? Oh, please come up to the microphone and state your name and... No, thank you. Okay, now,
Then thank you, Mr.
Service
Chairman.
level review, back to our
And
our
we
CAO.
will jump right into the presentation for this afternoon. So what's on the screen now is just a quick overview of the budget schedule that administration has suggested to council, and we have now posted this on the district website. So this schedule can be amended at any time if council requires additional information at any point in the timeline. But based on the schedule that's on the screen, the 2020-2024 financial plan should be adopted by the end of February if we keep on the courses laid out in the timeline. So today, what we're here to do is talk about our first service level review process. So here is what we hope to accomplish this afternoon, and if we are able to get this work done, we believe that we will have the information that we need to complete the first draft of the 2020-24 financial plan. But I think it's important to mention that the information that's provided to council today for the exercise, it's not perfect. For example, you will not see very much quantitative data as per the number of agendas or minutes produced in a year or the number of times a park gets its grass cut. But we've made the conscious decision to start from where we're at instead of waiting until we had a perfect package to present to council, and I trust that members of council can appreciate that. We have relied on the functional things that are on the slides that you'll see from the department presentations and from the more detailed 2019 work plans that were in your package. That include the 2019 service level review document. And we use that information to try and capture the approximate number of hours that different functions require. And I'm confident to say that there's very little excess capacity in the organization at this time. So we really do need to be strategic about the things that we do and as importantly, the things that we do not do in the upcoming years. The positions that are in the 2020 organizational chart is our attempt to suggest what we will need to successfully deliver on the 2019-22 Council Strategic Plan. So once we receive a direction from Council today regarding what expenditures to include in the first draft of the financial plan, we'll bring back the financial impacts of those expenditures and the changes required in the revenue in order to balance the budget. So before we go any further, just any questions on process today or what the outcomes that we're looking for?
Any questions from council?
I guess the key point is that we're
Councillor
starting.
Bateman?
Yeah, I guess the key point is we're starting this process much earlier than traditional here in the district. So, thank you for that.
Yes, and as I said in my report, the cover report, really what we hope to do in upcoming years is really start this process shortly after the tax rate bylaw is approved. So we have to approve the tax rate bylaw by law by May 15th of each year. And we really hope to get into this in July of August of each year. And that way we can include the public in the front end of our budget deliberations as opposed to the back end, which is we're required to by law, but really best practice is that if we can get the public involved earlier, we'll have a much more successful process.
Councillor St. Pierre, you have a question?
Yes, through your, not sure.
Worship.
To Mr. McInnes. I was curious about the org chart. I wasn't able to spot through the rest of the document where the new positions would come in or, where that actually shows up. And I was curious about the process that was actually used to determine the ranking on the positions. So I was wondering if you could help out with that.
Yeah, so we, the leadership team, we went through the council strategic plan, and there's 13 positions that are identified. As Souk continues to grow, the positions that we think we will need to continue to keep up to that growth. Inherent in that is if the growth numbers drop off, then we will not need to continue to grow our staff at that same rate. So we ranked the top 7 of those positions, and as the discussions that I've had with council since I've been here on July 2nd, is the plan is to use non-market growth to fund those positions. So non-market growth, new homes, new businesses that come to the community, instead of putting that revenue into general revenue, hiving it off, and as we continue to grow, use that money to continue to grow our staff. So the leadership team, we did a simple dotmocracy exercise, and that's how those top 7 were evaluated.
Any other questions? Councillor Bateman?
And that top 7 doesn't include the Director of Planning or Director of Operations, who are new positions incoming.
The Director of Planning is a new position, but it's more or less funded through the Head of Planning. So the Head of Planning will not be a position. The Director of Planning really is the former Director of Engineering position. So other than the incremental piece between the Head of Planning and the Director of Planning, both of those are funded in the 2019 budget. So if we're ready, the first budget we'll go through is Municipal Council. So like any other part of the organization, it's really important that we plan and provide council members with the resources and tools that you need to effectively and efficiently perform your work within the organization. So I've handed out a little bit of a budget report, and there's a bit more detail on the various line items in the segments in the overall budget. This includes what is funded in the council budget, which provides the resources to perform your governance and your leadership duties. So based on the things that are expected of council, you'll see that the actual budget for 2018 was $424,661, and the 2019 budget is $536,613. And in the budget information that's in front of you, you'll see what that entails. There is a lot of grants to various organizations in the community. There are training opportunities, but events, sponsorships, but a whole lot of that budget actually goes out to other community groups. So based on that, the 3 questions that we're going to ask for each functional area today is, would you like to see an increase, a decrease, or stop doing some of the things that are funded in that budget? So this is where we're hoping that you guys can have a discussion around these budgets. And if it doesn't have to change, don't be forced to try and make changes just for the sake of making changes. It could be that the things that we're doing with that budget in 2019 are close and don't need to see a bunch of change. But really what we're looking for from council today is what we need to go and put together the first draft of next year's budget.
So you, to the CAO, so right now we're going to be looking at the council And you need direction from us today on anything that we want to either increase, decrease, or ditto the same.
Stop doing, and at the end, we will have an overall discussion around, are there things that we're not doing in the 2019 budget that you would like us to consider doing, and bring back some funding models for 2020 and possibly beyond.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's over to council now. Does anybody have any thing that they would like to bring out from that section for discussion? Councillor Bateman?
Well, I guess we need to look at these actual expenditures for this year, right? This is in the document we've just received?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So I've not had a chance to look at that yet.
Well, let's,
Here we go.
should we take them line item by line item? What's the wish of council?
That wouldn't be my suggestion. Really, it really is around the service that is provided by that budget. You know, and really, is there something that we need to fund more? Is there something in there that has been funded historically and you know, doesn't meet the mark anymore? So up, down, or stop. And then we'll have a discussion at the end around things that we may not be funding at this point in time that you would like us to consider for the 2020 budget.
Councillor St. Pierre?
I'm interested in seeing whether or not we can discuss the possibility of extending funding for events specifically. I think there's good value in the community in actually having events and building community connections. It's one of our better investments in the well-being of the community. And right now, the money that's available is relatively small. We've had the Bluegrass Festival pull out, but I think we need to have some sort of a replacement. I don't know if we can sweeten the pot or how to go about that. I know that Councillor Beddoes and myself have talked about some sort of food-related event, but I'd like to see if there's be some money available for that. And if this is the area of the budget that it comes from, then I would imagine that we'd probably want a little bit more there.
Any other council discussion on that item? Councillor McMath, you have the floor.
We agreed to give an additional $10,000 for the logging event. Where is that in this? Where is it? Does it fall under councils or is it somewhere else in this budget?
That will be included in the Souk Canada Day item in the council budget.
Which is $20,000 right now
Correct.
here, but wasn't it originally $20,000 and now it's going to be $30,000?
Correct. So we haven't started working on the 2020 budget at all yet.
Gotcha. So
So
we're just
what you're
leaving this
seeing in
as
front of
is.
you is the 2019 year-to-date and the 2019 budget.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question regarding the community grants. Last year, we had quite a process, and we divvying up to $68,000, and I think we actually went over. What's council's wishes? Do they want to increase that budget or decrease that budget? These are for all these people that were coming for their handout to help them in projects. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I'd suggest, given that we've just given the 10,000 to the Souk Lions, that maybe we'd like to hold the line on community grants. Because we also funded Art Morris separately from community grants, I think. Though I don't see that here.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I would suggest that the community grants are actually one of our best opportunities to leverage district monies to good effect. Money put towards some of the organizations like Souk Fu Chi and Community Gardens or the Lions or the Rotary. There's a multiplier effect in the community. It takes strain off our staff for getting a lot done. It, again, builds connections and resources within the community, capacity within the community. I think it's one of our easiest ways to actually get a really big bang for our buck. And I would not suggest necessarily holding it to that because we have a lot of organizations with, I would like to actually see a committee of some sort to look at the grant application so it's not just a rush to council to see who can be convinced, but to have people from within the community who know these organizations can make really solid decisions. I would like to not have that role myself because I don't know those organizations well enough, generally speaking, to make a good call. But I do think that we might want to consider, again, the advantages of putting money into that.
So what you're saying, you're telling me that you would be more comfortable with increasing that budget from 68,320 to a higher number?
Given the demand, yeah.
Could I have other councillors?
I disagree. Sorry. I would rather we review the process before we increase the money, because at this moment, there's no measurable. So when we give a community group money, there isn't a standard to see that that money is put to what the request was originally. So I'd rather review that process before we put more money into this.
My understanding, there is a criteria set out for that, and we've been last year we were pretty relaxed with it. So I don't know whether we need to revise that, but we, at this point in time, I think for the sake of staff, is that we're really making a decision that we increase that, and we can still, we don't have to give it all out, but if we set it in the budget, we have that ability. So that's sort of what I'm looking for, is a.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for information, we do have that draft policy, community grant policy, that should be coming to council on the 18th of November. So that's been updated with council's requests that were made in February of this year. And I just wanted to comment on Councillor St. Pierre's desire to have more events. I just wanted to make sure that council, if it's a community event that we're providing grant funding for, like Canada Day, that would be fine just to supply that through the grant funding. But if it's an internal event like the picnic in the park that staff were part of contributing to the organization of, then additional funding would be required in corporate services to accommodate that planning of the event.
Thank you. So would you like to make a motion that increase it or decrease it? And I'm new to this process too. Little guidance for our CAO.
Yeah, so we will be, Jennifer is trying to capture the requests as they come in. One thing as well, this will not be the last chance that you guys get to debate this. So today is about service level and funding service levels. When you have the first draft of the budget in front of you, you will see the financial impacts of those. And at that time, in my experience, what usually happens is there's a lot more here than we can fund, so we have to sift through again and find out what's reasonable at that time.
So I've gathered from that, if we just flag this item, so it'll come up again and we can look at it with finer detail. And is that what would work for your process?
Yes. Yeah, and at the end, we'll try and tally things up as we go through all of the departments, and if we can get a list, then we will require a resolution at the end of the agenda, just so we're all on the same page on what's going to come forward in the first draft.
Okay, sounds like a plan. Everybody, Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, a question around the contingency fund. I thought we'd run out of contingency monies. We're right on the doorstep of so doing, and I see that we've only spent $52,000 of our $79,000. So it looks like we have $25,000 worth of contingency. So how's that work out?
There's still, through your worship, there's still commitments that council has made, and those actual expenses haven't come through yet. So the budget to actuals you see in front of you is just actual invoices that have come in. So there's still other commitments council has made to use contingency from, and those invoices haven't come in yet. So an estimate hasn't been entered. This is like I said, the actual expenses that have hit the GL versus there is a forecast that is anticipating council will be fully spent once those invoices are received. And then just a quick note on the community grants is 2019 was reduced from, I think, originally $90,000 down to the $68,000 because throughout the year, council had made commitments to fund certain organizations through the community grant fund. So that's why February's meeting was a little bit chaotic, because the council, the prior council hadn't determined where those funds were going to come from. So we were like, is this a line item? Is this going to come from community grants funding? So the decision was made to reduce the community grants budget available to the new applicants by the previous commitments made. So for 2020 and beyond, the grant budget increases from $68,000 up to $90,000 for 2020. That's what's in there right now. So if you'd like to increase it above 90,000 for 2020, then we can certainly look at that. But there is more funds available than were available this year.
Any other comments from council? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, I think we definitely need to increase that contingency fund. And I'm not, maybe you just said this, my head's a bit clogged at the moment, but I think in 2018, we had a contingency budget of 95,000 approximately. And then during the budget, we cut that back. Maybe we want to bump it back up, because it's been getting a little, you know, it would be nice to have a little more cash to throw around at this point in the season. Am I correct in thinking that previous years it had been 95,000 approximately?
Yeah, in previous years, the contingency was higher, like in 2018, there was $77,000 spent in contingency. So that, and then just in looking for areas to save, the contingency was definitely bumped down to the $79,500 for 2019's budget. So contingency is, of course, hard to predict because it just depends on what comes up during the year. So it used to be approximately $90,000. And then for 2019, it was reduced down just to try and find savings wherever we can. But it seems like historically, council usually spends the money on one event or one project or another.
Councillor McMath?
I think the council contingency amount is great the way that is right now. Like, I know it's tight, it's getting to the end of the year, and but that's kind of the way that it should be. And I don't want us to increase things because like it sounds good. Like, I don't want to just increase community grants because it's a good cause. Like, if there's like limited direction, like I don't want to just increase council contingencies. So it's got to come from somewhere. I don't see any problems with the council operating expenses right now, so I think we should just move on to the next one. We can flag stuff as it goes, but otherwise we're going to be here all day.
Yeah, understood. So let's flag the contingency too, along with the community grants, and then we'll move on to the next. Thank you.
The only other item that you may want to look at is your travel, conferences, and education. $40,000 is overspent already this year, and it may be wise for you to have a decision on whether you want to increase that or manage it more effectively next year.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on that in that I think our travel was higher this year because we were dealing with so many new councillors that hadn't been to some of these events. I know for myself, for the FCM, I won't be attending this coming year, and I'm not so sure. I think Councillor Bateman indicated that he wasn't going to. So I think we did get a bump last year in dealing with travel because of so many new councillors, and I don't anticipate it being that way again. I would like to hear from other councillors, is it wise that we allow all councillors to go to the FCM, or do we just say, let's send 2 this year and figure out a system amongst ourselves who actually goes? What's your thoughts, please? Councillor St. Pierre.
I would agree that it's not necessary that all of council necessarily attend FCM or every event that comes down the line. I have noted, though, that this particular year at FCM and UBCM, well, not specifically at FCM, there was an extremely strong contingent from BC in general. And given that it actually balanced things out interestingly towards the west because of the voting. And I don't know how critical that is in terms of, whether it affects policy in a really significant way at the federal level. It does actually make BC's concerns front and center, which is, I don't know what it's worth to us in terms of our own budget, but there is that. The other thing that I noted, and I know that I ended up taking up a great deal of our training budget and the contingency, is that there are an incredible number of climate-related conferences and other events for learning. I would actually prefer in the upcoming years that I not necessarily be the only person to attend these. It would be really good to spread the knowledge and spread that around. And I don't know if our training and travel expense budget will be sufficient, but That's why we also have contingencies. I don't know if it needs to be increased, given that not necessarily everybody would want to go to FCM or to some of the events. So,
But I think for this exercise, I think we have to give staff some indication whether we keep that budget the same or we look for an increase. And I'm hearing from Councillor St. Pierre that he would be looking to attend different things, but that they might, you'd want to bump in that? Councillor McMahon, oh, sorry.
sorry, please.
Councillor St. Pierre, finish, please, and then.
I would suggest that I would prefer to have a small bump in the contingency funds so that monies could be available in the way they had been for necessary training that seems worthwhile to all of council, as opposed to necessarily having additional money in the travel budget. But that's just a thought. The other thing about, mind you, the contingency is that, of course, it's kind of like, you know, pulling money at the instant teller. Once you've got it in your pocket, you're likely to spend it all. So there is that risk.
Councillor McMahon.
I do think the participation will dip for a lot of those events. I think it would be worthwhile for us to look at the motions that are coming forward at those events to see if it's worthwhile to have a bump in numbers or if it's enough just to send one person to go on the trip. So I think that will go down. So I don't think we need to increase anything at this time.
Other councillors? Keep it the same?
Okay. Yeah,
Councillor Bateman?
I agree. Let's keep it the same. I think it's really good that we attend these AVIC and UBCM conventions in our own backyard and make these regional connections. And yes, as other communities do, they send a couple of their ACE reporters out to the FCM to along with the mayor, of course, who should be attending all these things. I think that's clear.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, let's go on to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next is the Office of the CAO. So you'll see on the screen some of the primary duties that the CAO's office does take on. So as well as things like salaries and benefits, there are line items for legal plans such as the OCP review, organizational review, long-term plans like the strategic plan, and there is also an operating contingency for things that come up on the operating side of the organization. So based on that, again, increase, decrease, is there something in there that you want to stop funding?
Anything from council on that? Give you a chance to read it. How's that?
And I realize we're all in this together. We're all fairly new to the organization, so you know, based on your experience in 2019, and I would say it's it is an atypical year for sure. Lots of moving parts, but were we focusing on the right things?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It certainly has been an unusual year with new councillors, new CAOs, and all these other things going on. I would feel more comfortable with leaving things sort of at the status quo and see where we are with it, rather than underfund something to have enough there to deal with what we have to do on a daily basis. So I hope to see some improvements in the next year, some of these dollars. Any other comments from council?
I did
Councillor
note
Bateman?
in the budget statements in each one of the departments, there's the budgeted number and then the forecast. So in your office, Mr. McInnes, 420,000 is the 2019 forecast versus your budget of 486. So is it a good question? How did you achieve those? We don't have a full year at your salary, I guess, is part of that, but not significant part of that.
The biggest thing is the $50,000 for the organizational review. We did that work in-house.
Ah, well done. Okay.
Councillor St. Pierre?
I was just curious about the OCP. Not that I know the money's there and it's been allotted and so on. Why is that not in plan? Why is it under the CAO instead of planning? Just curious.
A good question. I'm not sure why it's in the office of the CAO. It certainly will be a planning function, a planning-led function. Perhaps council wanted the senior administrator to make sure that terms of reference and those types of things were done to a different level than the planning function. So I'm not sure why it's in the office of the CAO budget, but certainly happy to continue to manage that project.
I'm just happy we have the money set aside for it. Can you start it tomorrow? So,
Well, and I believe there's money in both 19 and 20, so this will be carried forward to 2020. That's stuff that is not used.
okay, I don't hear any comments on the CAO's office? Going once, going twice? Okay, we'll carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislative Service is up next.
Thank you. So again, we have a summary of what corporate services does, and I'll just take you through a brief outline just so you get an idea of what some of these things entail. So for council and committee support, staff currently register members of council for conferences and book the associated travel and accommodation. And staff are currently providing administrative support for 4 committees and/or working groups, which include preparation of agendas, minutes, and follow-up. Generally minutes and agendas, so that's for our regular council meeting. Staff coordinate and review all departmental reports, prepare the agenda, minutes, and administrative follow-ups, and assign departmental tasks after our meetings. Public hearings, again, it's the same as I just mentioned for agendas and minutes, but they also look after the required advertising that we undertake with public hearings and prepare the public hearing packages that are available for people who are interested. Bylaw and policy management. So as our CAO has mentioned previously, that many of the district's bylaws and policies are outdated and require updating. So one of the first steps was to bring forward the policy framework, which was adopted by council earlier this year. So staff will now endeavor to review approximately 75 existing policies and many of our bylaws to ensure they're relevant and meet the needs of both the district and the community. Administrative support, corporate services provides administrative support to the mayor and our CAO. We also coordinate all departmental input and prepare reports for our annual and quarterly reports. We're currently undertaking the communications functions for the district, which includes drafting of press releases, coordinating all advertising on behalf of the district, website updates, and administering the district's Twitter account. FOI requests. To date in 2019, we have received and processed 36 Freedom of Information requests. 2018 and 2019, the requests have increased by approximately 40 to 50% over prior years and are also increasing in complexity, which results in more time needed to review and sever the files. Special events. Staff plan and coordinate district ceremonies, which are typically openings or dedication ceremonies of new or significant projects that the district has undertaken, and special events. So in 2019, among other things, the special events included assisting with the Canada Day Organizing Committee, helping plan the 20th anniversary picnic in the park, and Sukarama, among others. Records management. So halfway through 2019, corporate services filled a new records management clerk position. This is a function that has been done off the sides of desks for many years and will likely take a couple of years to bring our processes in line with current technology and standards, as well as updating our offsite storage. We manage and track the district agreements to ensure they're correctly authorized and renewed prior to expiry as necessary. And so we normally function on the operating side of things, but we have a couple of projects. I already mentioned records management and policy framework, but we also undertook the planning, preparation, administration of a by-election this year, so that was kind of unplanned that we needed to incorporate into our schedules. And a thorough review of the district's fees and charges is currently being undertaken and will result in a new bylaw that will consolidate all fees and charges into bylaws. And just to put it on council's radar, with our records management undertaking, we hope to undertake the construction of a new vault to ensure preservation of district records in 2020. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
I have a number of small questions. I was curious as to whether or not we had numbers on what was spent on FOIs. I suspect I know why we had a 50% increase, but I was curious what the actual numbers were like.
No, just I have the total number of files we've reviewed, and I have asked our FOI clerk to put together kind of an average number of hours that have been spent on FOI in 2019 for information, but she's away for 3 weeks, so we'll expect that when she returns.
Thank you. I was also curious about the bylaws and policies. You mentioned that they were being reviewed for, whether or not they're still relevant. I was wondering what the basis of, on what basis are we looking at, what determines relevance? Do we?
Well, I think it will depend on a number of things, whether it's still a function that the district is providing. I know that there are, and I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but I know that there are some policies that just need to be rescinded because they're just no longer relevant, or legislation has superseded the policy. There's lots of things that we'll look at like that when we undertake the fulsome review.
Okay. I'm specifically wondering because I know that there are some policies that actually make it more difficult, for example, to grow food in your own backyard and do different things. There are some policies that don't necessarily make sense in terms of our expectations for the future, and I was wondering whether or not there would be utility in having council or some other form of input into that process so it doesn't have to be done twice.
Just going to suggest that maybe some of those policies are actually contained within the official community plan, which will come out of that OCP review. Corporate services function will be looking at our specific council and administrative policies that are currently in place. They tend to be a little more specific. I can't think of anything offhand that might be impacted by that, except for maybe unsightly property, but depending how people manage their gardens. But can't really think of anything specific.
Just wondering about that. And finally, I'm well aware that our staff is highly trained, and I was wondering about the event coordination function, whether it might make sense to consider contracting that out so that our people could focus on, I guess stuff that's
Certainly something
more
to
complicated.
consider. Yeah.
Not that event coordination is not complicated, because I can't do it at all, but I'm just wondering if that's a possibility to manage our costs and potentially extend our resources staff-wise.
I like, is it the event coordination, is that very onerous on staff? Maybe we could.
It can be significant depending on the size of the event, for sure.
Because we had a couple of special ones this year, and I don't anticipate it being more complicated next year, but.
No, but there's other ones that have fallen off, like we didn't do the Talktober event last year because it was election time, and I think we just had too many other things going on this year, but if that's something that,
Well, I would hope to hear from staff if they feel that, they're overburdened on this one area, that we would get an indication that they need some help in that direction, rather than us trying to anticipate it. We'd like to hear from staff if that's a problem or not.
I think the point of the presentation today is just to make you aware of what we're currently doing. And so if there's something else that council would like to see corporate services undertake, then that might be something that we need to alleviate, is, like Councillor St. Pierre suggests, is taking our event planning to a contractor, if council would prefer us to see something more in line with corporate services.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Councillor Bateman, sorry.
Well, I have a few points. Now, under events, under our council budget, we have $15,000 in the 2019 budget, of which we've spent $600. So do we have the freedom to say, okay, we'd like a community event to happen at some point in the summer in John Phillips Park, and we'll use a portion of that to hire an event producer to make that happen?
That would certainly be council's prerogative. Again, I don't think that that's a current year to date. I think we have.
So you think these years to date are based on actual
I believe so, and I'll defer to our acting director of finance to answer that.
Through your worship, yes, so the year-to-dates are actual checks that have been cut, and then we're currently undergoing an exercise to review where expenses were coded, because there could be the case where an expense was coded to the wrong general ledger account. So events, like, that's what I'm just looking at that number, because I think the movie in the park might be miscoded to a different area. Like, overall, the numbers are correct, because those have been actually paid, but individual line by line, they might be reallocated to the wrong line. So we're just undertaking that process as well, including there could be, not for this area, but for some of the other areas in the future departments that you're going to be looking at. There could be some capital items in there that get reviewed kind of in November, December, and then we'll move out of expenses and into being capitalized. That just process usually just happens once a year. So these aren't the Bible numbers. These are the actual expenses that have happened, but some of them could be capital, and some of them might need to get reallocated to the correct general ledger account.
Park might well be under council, corporate office, for example. Now, on the subject of the policies, you cited the district has 75 policies. Now, I looked on the website, we have 44 are up on the website at the moment.
I would say those are our most requested ones or relevant. Again,
Okay.
like I say, there's some of them that are, need to be rescinded. But I believe those are also only our council policies. We also have administrative policies that we administer as well.
So, and as you review each of these council policies, they'll come back to us, and we get to shape them to a small,
Yes, that's correct.
minuscule degree. Yeah, okay. And I have one other. In this by-election, I'm shocked to see 385 hours you needed to dedicate to that. That's quite a unexpected, yeah, it's sad, isn't it?
It's
Right.
a lot of work. It's a lot of preparation that unfortunately people just don't see. It's not just the day of the voting.
Thank you. Councillor McMath, you had?
I was just looking for a little more detail. Subscriptions and memberships, what is that? Can you give me some examples?
Off the top of my head, the subscriptions that we have would be the iCompass, so that we use for creating the council agendas and minute prep. We also have a subscription to a legislation piece that we can quickly access the legislation and search it rather than combing through paper. It's a great advantage.
It's just a really high number, and I don't know, besides those two, like it's 14 grand. I'm just curious.
Yeah, have to come back to you with more specifics, but I know that the iCompass is
A
probably
big piece.
in the realm of 9,000 to 10,000 a year.
Yeah.
And then we also have the video component of that, which is a separate contract. So it's
Quickly eats it.
and well utilized.
Any other comments from council? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. So you see our lovely list on the screen of all the sort of work that's either underway or planning to be underway. So the planning department's involved at some point in almost everything that the organization does, either as a small piece or leading a project. So we have a breakdown of our operational day-to-day, from rezoning to going to the counter to answer inquiries, taking phone inquiries, comfort letters, pre-app meetings every Thursday, sometimes more often than that. But what you see typically is the rezoning, variance, permit applications, some DPs, and OCP amendments. But there is obviously a lot of other stuff that we're involved in. I believe you have a copy of our work plan. So it was brought up earlier, the OCP and why the budget's in the CAOs, under the CAO. And I think our CAO mentioned that because there was a lack of an executive position in planning, it made more sense that that sit in the CAO role. So perhaps when a new director of planning is in place, then that could move. So some of the stuff under projects is as a result of council resolutions, for example, the flood regulation bylaw, obviously the OCP. We will have to undertake a new zoning bylaw overhaul after the OCP is done, which will be a huge project that will have budget implications post-2021. One of the planners is working on the flood regulation bylaw updates, and we're hoping to have that in front of council in December, but we'll see. The development procedures, policies, and guidelines are something that we hope to update after the consolidated fees bylaw comes to council. So there'll be some implications to our application forms and processes that are mostly to lead planners internally. But that will be an update that comes, I believe, to council for approval as one of the policy updates that corporate services helps oversee. Our housing needs assessment, childcare needs assessment, all of that's underway. You'll see the childcare needs one in December. You have seen the draft housing needs, and that'll be back to you again in December. We also are, a key role in the transportation and parks and trails master plans, as those lead into updates for the OCP. So we're all working very closely on those two major documents. One of the planners will be the key contact for a building assessment review for this building, which is part of asset management and part of helping council determine what to do with Lot A. The council contingency that's unspent, that $25K, that's the Lot A due diligence. That's what will eat up most of that, which we've just awarded, so that's all spoken for. So I mentioned the Lot A schedule execution, so the due diligence work, which is currently underway, and then obviously going forward would be zoning and any potential expression of interest or RFP. And then we are working with the building safety department on updating the building regulation bylaw as well, providing comments on that in terms of a project. When it comes to service levels, obviously the obvious stuff for the public that planning offers is how quickly we push out development permits and rezoning applications. Like that's the service that the public sees that we offer. What is the timeline, just like with building permits, more obvious. So I can kind of give you a general estimate. We don't have the detail. I think in your last quarterly report from us, you would have seen some of those statistics. But on average, like a rezoning application can take anywhere from 9 to 12 months. DPs that go to council, 3 to 4 months. Delegated DPs, about 2 months. So those are the main things that impact yourselves. There's always exceptions to those rules. It always depends on how complete an application is. So, for example, I have 2 delegated authority development permits that are in-house right now that have been sitting for 3-4 months because the applicants aren't in a hurry and they're not to provide the necessary information. They're not complaining about it because they have other projects, but it's just one of those exceptions. And the same thing with rezoning. There tends to be it's an iterative process, so a lot of back and forth, and applicants provides the base minimum at time of application, and then as we review and we put it through a referral process, more information is found out, and so then it requires more information from the applicant again, and then depending on their resources, may take time for them to respond. So, but those timelines are fairly accurate. And we can report closer to the budget details on what our timelines were for 2019 on all of our applications in the future.
I guess the question for me is those timelines, have they improved from previous years? Because one of the biggest complaints I heard before the election was how long it took to get anything through this office. So I need your opinion. Has it improved, or are we sitting about the same?
Well, I'll take 100% credit. Yes, it's improved since I've been here.
That's good. I'm asking a question.
When myself and Tanisha Evert started, which was at the same time in April of 2018, there had been no planning staff for about 3 to 4 months. So that reflects the 2018, someone else clicking the slides? That's part of why you see a difference. So there were no staff to pay during that period of time. And then when I came along, and then as a manager position, that changes the budget because it wasn't accounted for previously. But yes, I would say, as a manager of planning, I don't hear a lot of complaints about the timelines of development permits and rezoning. Most of the developers that we're dealing with now, since I've been here, like the larger ones, are also dealing with applications in Victoria and Vancouver, which take 2 years for rezoning. So we're doing just fine, and they're usually shocked at how quickly, specifically with rezoning. I think the fact that council provided delegated authority for DPs has made a nice dent. Usually when applicants hear that they don't have to go through council and wait for that process, they're pretty happy and things go pretty quickly. And they're more apt to negotiate with the planners as well when they know that that's the process. So if you're wanting to increase one avenue beyond we have a senior planner that we will be posting for very soon, and potentially a planning technician in the coming year, would be looking at giving more delegated authority to planning on other types of development permits. Because right now there are certain development permits we do still bring to council. So for example, ones that are in CD zones, like comprehensive development zones, on city-owned or district-owned lands, they would all come to you. And I believe industrial as well, so something to consider.
Any questions from council? Councillor St. Pierre?
I'm wondering if some of that delegated authority might be something similar to what I've heard is done in Langford, where specific types of development essentially jump the queue so that they're fast-tracked. And I believe that, it's something to discuss on council and amongst staff, but I think we really need to have more commercial development, industrial development, and more affordable housing. And would this be the sort of place where where delegated authority would help fast-track those types of development that we actually do desperately need?
It certainly would be helpful, but it could also be augmented with a policy from council directing staff to triage certain types of developments ahead of others. That would be more appreciated, to provide that clear direction, and then it's transparent to the public that council's prioritizing certain things above others.
Any other questions? Councillor Bateman?
Well, can't resist, eh? No. Yeah, I just wanted to, in general, about Appendix B in this package you've submitted. It's really been a challenge to penetrate its depths, but now that I have, I think to a small degree, I'm really fascinated to see these breakdowns of your weeks in each department, and then particularly in the case of planning, to see this list of what we might be expecting in the months ahead. Because I did raise this at one point when we were talking about those Thursday agenda deliveries, and it's always such a mystery, like the big surprise, the big reveal on Thursdays, what we're going to deal with next. So it's good to know what's coming down the pike. So thank you for that.
I have a quick question. Why does Councillor Bateman have more information in front of him than I do?
He just gets it printed.
Okay. Where did that come from? Okay.
Appendix B, you got that. Okay.
Yeah, I hadn't printed it, that's
No.
all. I got it on there. Do it. Any other questions?
One point, I saw Councillor Bateman marking it down. So the Lot A due diligence, the $25,000, actually 15 came from council contingency, 10 from CAO contingency. And to Mr. Chairman, your comment around the process, I believe it was the building permit application process that we struggled with more than the development permit application.
Yeah, I was aware of the differences, but I did get, for me personally, some feedback from the community about the other processes as well. That's why I asked the question. And I was fairly pleased with the answer, that we're making progress in both those areas. So I'm pretty good with it. Thanks.
If I can add, the senior planner position, that's a big part of why that's so needed, is not just for the OCP work, which will be integral to that role, but also just so that the planning department, the district suit, can stop focusing just on applications and reacting to the immediate needs of we're ready to go, but to start to do actual strategic planning, like what our profession was created for, like to actually think ahead and work on how to create better tools for enabling development or not in Souk. So like looking at our zoning bylaw and other policies with a finer lens. And to date, I don't think that this planning department's been equipped to do that. It's basically been in place with 2 planners to just punch through files. So we want to maintain the status, the ability to get through those files as we have to date, but then add to that the ability to look ahead.
So the OCP, well, it's under our CAO's budget, but you're the ones that are going to be carrying it out.
Yes.
And what, just for interest, what would be a reasonable timeline to redo an OCP? Because I'm hearing things all over the map.
Right, so I'll be bringing a report in December to council that we'll sort of gloss over that a little bit and talk about the different types of OCP reviews that could be considered. In my mind, it's sort of in the middle grain, so there's a lot of updating to be done. There is a lot of information missing from our OCP, and then there's some really good information that doesn't need to change. So that report will speak to that, but the current OCP took 2 years to develop and was $200,000 10 years ago. So our budget is questionable, depending on a lot of the council's new strategic priorities around climate and food securities, environment. They're not overly accounted for in that budget, so there may be things as we move through the OCP process that staff may need to come back to council and say, okay, if this is still a priority and you want to see this in our OCP, we may need to flush this out. But in the report that I'll speak to what we feel staff can take on as a part of that review and what we see a consultant taking on. We don't see a consultant doing the whole thing like it would.
So in the budget, I saw $50,000 for that, and you're saying it's more like,
So we budgeted $200,000, but it was set out like $50,000 for this 2019.
year 1, year 2.
Yeah,
so-
and then 100,000 2019, and then another 50,000 after that. So it's just whatever was unspent.
So we don't need to bump
We
in
haven't
that
spent
budget.
anything.
No, I understand
Yeah,
that, yeah.
we don't need to bump it up today, but
Yeah.
just
And
keep
we
in mind.
indicated it originally that we were to sort of also indicate priorities. That's a priority, a number 1 priority. Get that done, because it's holding us back in a whole number of things. So as long as you're aware of it, and I'm sure you are.
Yeah,
and
so
I'm
it'll
sure
start
the
with-
CAO is aware of it.
Yeah, it'll start with the
It's-
report in
It's a big one
December.
for us.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilor.
I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The OCP should be a large priority, and of course, we have a lot of development that's trying to move forward before we actually have the OCP review, and I think it's Councillor Bateman that suggested the pause that refreshes. Do we have the option of pausing the expediting of DPs in order to actually free up planning staff to actively work on the OCP and get that prioritized? Is this something that's been done in other districts? Is this something that's reasonable? Or is it just playing going to bring a hailstorm down on us? Just curious.
Through your worship acting? That's a really loaded question. Certainly, I guess it's the council's prerogative to decide to halt development through a resolution until certain work is done, but there would be significant risk and potentially legal ramifications to restrict people from developing their land when we have an existing zoning bylaw and OCP in place that enables those things. So I would have to defer to legal for an opinion on that, I guess, yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Bateman?
So that was a really good question by Councillor St. Pierre, because I see that the Mariners commercial site will be coming to us in the first quarter of next year. And that's the sort of decision the OCP, community input on what we want to see on that beautiful piece of land. I mean, they have their, so that'll be interesting, because there may be in that commercial package any number of things, such as, I don't know, more drive-throughs potentially, or other, that might be not what we're seeking going ahead. Anyway, that's.
Anybody else have any, Councilman Bath is different or left? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Campbell. We'll carry on.
So what I hear with planning is no significant changes. The senior planner is funded, and it will be funded in 2020. We do have, I believe might be number 4 on the priority list is the planning applications clerk. So I don't think we'll get down as deep as number 4 in 2020, but it may be something that we see in 2021. So no changes for planning?
I haven't heard any, so same as.
Next up is human resources.
which I'm going to report on. So just to give you a high-level overview of what our HR department does, excuse me. So under the administration, our head of HR is involved in QP and IAFF bargaining, development and maintenance of HR policies, procedures, file and form creation. They're also an employer representative on the Joint Health and Safety Committee and currently provide support and follow-up for that committee. Probably the biggest task that they undertake is recruitment. So they provide the recruitment services from beginning to end, starting with the development of job descriptions when necessary, job postings, the interview process, candidate selection, and new employee orientation. To date in 2019, this has included 7 filled positions, although a couple of those had to be posted more than once. And there's 3 that are currently posted or in the process of being posted. And just to give you an idea, each vacant typically requires at least 5 interviews. So it takes up a lot of her time. Providing support to department directors. So HR advice is provided to supervisors on an as-needed basis, including advice on interpretation of our collective agreement or IFF agreement where appropriate. And another one that she's been tasked with is building maintenance, and that also takes up a great deal of time. Dealing with building maintenance, that includes scheduling and managing contractors for both maintenance and renovations. In 2019, she managed a grant project from the Rick Hansen Foundation to help make our building more accessible. So that's just a really high-level overview of the tasks that are undertaken by our HR department currently.
Thank you. Any questions in regards to HR? Councillor St. Pierre?
I'm just curious as to why building maintenance would be an HR function, as opposed to maybe something in the something with the building inspectors, just curious.
Currently arrived on her desk just as a matter of necessity. There really wasn't anybody else that could take it on. But I think that is being looked at to find another resource to manage that.
Yes, in longer term, one of the 13 positions that are on the new org chart is a facilities technician. So, you know, either Red Seal carpenter or some tradesperson, but that position is not ranked at this point in time.
Any questions from council? Councillor Bateman, surprise.
So the Appendix B is a living document, I take it, that will keep being revised. We'll see it again as we move forward?
That is the 2019 work plan.
Oh, okay.
Is that what B is?
I see. So this was created back in...
Yeah, so we spent
Early
a considerable amount of time trying to internally, across departments, understand what actually was in the 2019 budget. So we were all singing from the same song sheet, to use a metaphor. So that is likely complete for 2019, but you'll see a similar document for 2020.
I guess I have a sort of an overall request. In future, I came here expecting to have this paperwork in front of me as opposed to having it on here, because I really don't like working that way. And was not aware, in future, do we have to actually request that to be printed? I assumed it would be here, but then again, I've assumed a lot of things and was embarrassed by it. So just a little clarification. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Bateman, Councillor Beddoes. We do have a number of, some councillors that have requested printed copies, and those are provided weekly. So if you'd like to be one of those, we can certainly add you to the list.
No, I think I'd be happy with selecting it myself. I just thought with the budget, it would, there'd be a stack for everybody here. But as long as I just know the procedure, and in the future, I will ask for it. And
Sounds good.
I do not want to have a paper copy for everything. I am concerned about cutting a whole bunch of trees down, and we have a ton of paper at this place as it is. So I'm happy with that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
So moving on, financial services is up next.
Yeah, so I'll be discussing financial services, IT, GIS, and the building department that currently report to me. So for finance, just a high-level review of kind of day-to-day tasks are payroll. We do payroll for over 100 employees, which is 20, and including mayor and council, which is for 26 pay periods a year. So that'll include, it's not just cutting a check. Of course, there's T4 preparation, remittance, deductions made to Revenue Canada and other unions, and pension contributions that all need to be made as part of that. Accounts payable, receivables. So for accounts payable, we process approximately $6,500 invoices per year. And most of those people are paid by check, which I'm hoping to change for 2020. But right now, it's a lot of manual process that occurs for the accounts payable side. Property taxes, over 6,000 property tax notices were sent out in July. And as well, reminders are sent in December to anyone with an outstanding balance. The first notices are sent in May. Reminders are sent in July and in December to anyone with an outstanding balance. And as well, in March, another mail out is done after CRD adds their water, any outstanding water bills to our property tax invoices. Then we send out another reminder to those people that still have an outstanding amount. There's various reporting to external agencies that we need to do. As I said, like pension reporting, QP reporting, other like carbon neutral reporting to government. There's various provincial reportings that need to happen. Day to day, we do budget to actual reporting, managing the capital assets. So that's coordinating with quite a few departments just to confirm what's been spent, what else is remaining, is this asset complete, can we capitalize that? So that's quite involved with many departments being involved in that. There's account reconciliations that are done, and then of course the biggest part, and we provide reception coverage, falls under my department as well. So that's the face that people see when they first come into the district office. And then, the big piece is obviously producing the 5-year financial plan and the year-end audit process, which kicks off. There's always an interim audit in sometime in November, and then the final audit's usually March, April, depending on the timing of when the auditors are available. So some of the projects we were trying to kind of accomplish this year is kind of, for many things in the finance department, like not a lot was documented, so we're really trying to work on documenting some payroll procedures, accounts payable procedures, developing some more robust financial reports. It seems like it should be easy, but it does take a lot of time because we have hundreds of general ledger accounts that all need to be allocated to the correct departments. So we're working on that. A big project we undertook this year was streamlining the homeowner grant filings. Just to give you an example is, we would normally get, out of the 6,000 property tax notices, we got approximately just under 2,000 the homeowner grant is on that notice that residents need to submit if they're eligible for it. So only, out of the 6,000, only about 2,000 are actually filed electronically. So that streamlines the process, but the other, between 3,000 and 4,000 come in paper. And so the process used to be to manually open 3,000 files and put one piece of paper in it. So I worked with the team to streamline the process this year, and we just have them in a batch, which saved tons of time, because we'd be filing homeowners grants when the auditors are still here, because it's just such a tedious process to open, like I said, thousands of files to put one piece of paper in. So we worked really hard on streamlining that process and worked with the auditors on some ideas of what other municipalities do. So I'm pretty, the front reception staff were very happy with that, because they own that process. So, and then as you see, we're talking about the 5-year financial plan a little sooner this year than last year, which is good. And some other policies that we're hoping to bring forward to you before the end of the year, as Ms. Machado already indicated, the community grant and sponsorship policy. There's a purchasing policy, which will most likely at this point come forward in 2020. And then the auditors had requested us to review and update, if necessary, a whistleblower policy. So I'll be looking at that and, if appropriate, bringing something forward to council. So that's kind of finance in a nutshell. Our big budget pressures for finance are the insurance premiums. So clearly, for the last few years, we've been under budgeting, so I'll definitely be looking at that for 2020 to bump up the budget to get to closer to what these premiums seem to actually be costing us. So that's finance. I'll pause there, and then I can do the other departments.
Okay, any questions regards to finance from council? Councillor St. Pierre.
I'm just curious as to whether or not we have any sort of incentive or training for residents to actually make use of online payment. Maybe a small rebate or anything to encourage them?
We don't have that functionality available yet. We are looking at I don't think we would allow online payments for like property taxes, like credit card payments for property taxes. That's just kind of an ethical thing. Should you let somebody use credit card debt at 26% interest to pay a property tax? But we are definitely exploring that for 2020 for accepting credit card and online payments for other fees, smaller general revenue fees, lots of realtor fees that have a small dollar charge. We want to do that. And then just kind of exploring how high we want to go for building permits and other things that could be quite pricey, because there is a charge from the credit card company. So it's just a matter of kind of weighing the pros and cons of, do we make it unlimited or do we put a cap on it, which would then mean certain fees. So that's definitely something we're looking into at the end of this year, and hope to bring something forward in 2020 with just our recommended options and discuss with the CAO.
Any other? Councillor St. Pierre, go ahead.
My other question was around the purchasing policy. Looks like you're reviewing the purchasing policy. Is there an option to actually have preferred purchasing with local vendors? Or would this run into legal issues?
That is currently in the policy right now, that local vendors are preferred. Pardon? Yes, like if everything is equal, then we prefer to deal with local vendors. So it gets, like you said, it could be complicated if you're going to try and just prefer local vendors. If they submit a subpar bid compared to somebody else who's more qualified, you can't just award it to them because they're a local vendor. But like, as Mr. Machado mentioned, if all things being equal, we do try and go with local vendors. That is in the policy, that's the preference. But the whole policy kind of be looked at and provided to council for their input and feedback.
Councillor McMath.
Through your worship. To Ms. Gray, do you think that we need to increase then the amounts under insurance premiums, your banking and your property tax interest expense? Or is this just a one-off for this year?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be, through your worship, yes, that's what I'll be looking at. Definitely the insurance premiums have seemed to have been going up every year, so I'm going to be looking at those ones a little closer and definitely bumping those up. The other two items I just want to look at a little closer, because it might just be a year-end accounts payable adjustment that might need to happen, so I'm going to just look at those ones a little closer, and if appropriate, bump up the budget if that's where it's looking like things are coming in, because the property tax interest, it would be, because when we accept pre-approved payments from residents, then we pay them a bit of interest on that. So it could just be the fact that more people are taking advantage of that, so, which is a good thing, which means we're definitely going to be getting paid. So I'm just going to re-examine that for sure and bring something forward for 2020 if appropriate.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? I'll make one. I was very pleased to hear that you had a look at your paper shuffling abilities in your department, and if somebody's got some spare time, they can come over to my office at home and help me there, because it's pretty bad. But it's for me personally, it's nice to hear that you think about those things and try and make things run better in your department. So good for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mundane day-to-day tasks that take up a lot of staff time, so it seems immaterial to maybe in the grand scheme of things, but, 5-10 minutes a day is 5-10 minutes a day that can be more project.
Yeah,
So
you
there's
make
lots of
happier
streamlining.
employees too if they're not doing some mundane boring
Exactly.
tasks. Okay,
So just a comment if I could, Mr. Chairman. So as I mentioned on a couple of occasions, there's going to be 3 drivers in the first, drivers of change in the first draft of the budget. It will be service level changes from the meeting today. It will be things that we think we will be required to bring forward the corporate or the council strategic plan, and then those things that staff think needs to be addressed, like some of the interest rates and those types of things. So those 3 things we will try and differentiate where the change is coming from under those 3 streams.
okay, thank you.
IT.
Okay, next, IT. So IT, excuse me, is, they're kind of the unseen department unless something goes wrong, and then everyone's complaining. So they're responsible, there's 2 staff members currently that are responsible for the management of the whole IT system for Municipal Hall, both fire departments, the Parks Department, and the wastewater treatment plant, including the various lift stations around the district. They process all the application and system updates, network patching, a whole bunch of techie stuff that they just love talking about. They deal with all of our desktop and mobile deployments and support. They provide training to staff and departments on how to use certain software and tools. They are, their main functions is they support 12 sites, like I said, including the main office, fire hall, parks, wastewater is 24/7 support that needs to be provided, because if an alarm goes off at a lift station, they have the ability to log on and at least provide a bit of backdoor support to the actual technicians that need to go out to the lift station to figure out what's happening. So they do need to be on call 24/7. They assist corporate services with FOI requests and records management. They maintain our website. They deal with all of our virus and security software updates, and as well as manage all the phones, the desk phones, cell phones, lift stations. And then they would provide IT support in EOC event. So some of the projects, like they hold the budget for all of the computers and laptops, any equipment like that, all gets purchased through their department. Their big projects this year are Collab Space implementation, which is part of corporate services records management position. So they're involved on the back-end software side of getting that software up and running and importing all of our various records into that system. They're involved, like I said, with various hardware upgrades and replacements. We did a big network wiring upgrade project. As you've noticed, some of it happened up here in council chambers with the new carpets. While the carpets were pulled up, we took the opportunity to replace and update the wiring upstairs here as well. There was a big project with the fire department to update the emergency services hardware upgrade. We installed a new unified phone system, which is managed like on the internet now, so it's different. It saved us quite a bit of funds from dealing with Shaw and Ortelis we were dealing with before. He's working on, as well as the auditor's additional request was updating our information technology policy, so they'll be working on that as well.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the IT? Councillor Bateman.
Well, I guess This goes to that Appendix B again, which I continue to look at. Now, in the IT department, to use an example, their day-to-day tasks that they've estimated add up to 140 hours per week, weekly estimate. Now, they're a department of 2 people. So that clearly is, so how does that work? I'm really unclear about this. I'd really appreciate it to know that 42 hours a week are dedicated to break and fix requests. And yet their total time adds up to 140 hours.
Now, that could have been, staff are struggling with this a little bit because we've never tracked our time like this before. So I think they were trying to track that, like at any given week, we could deal with any one of these things, and this is about how long it takes. So because this is the first attempt at it, like there's definitely a lot of room for improvement in that. So I think they were just trying to highlight, like, if that one item doesn't happen that week, well, then there's 4 other things that probably come up that would take up our time as well. So they were just kind of saying in an average week, I'm thinking this was their take on it, and having my conversation with them, that this is kind of all the areas that they could touch on in any given week, depending on, because unfortunately, they're a little bit of a reactive department. If something breaks, if something's not working up in council, then they drop everything and come up and fix this. So, yeah, I think doing another version of these numbers kind of next year or sometime throughout 2020 will kind of be able to tone them in a little bit more and add a bit more parameters around them, so they'll be a little more realistic.
So I'll stop being so literal, I think is the key here. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions regarding information technology? It's Councillor St. Pierre.
That's great. I noticed that in the online document as part of our agenda, the website was mentioned, but it wasn't here. I think it had a $5,000 price tag, and I was just looking at it. It looks like it's actually been worked on not too long ago. Just wondering what's happening with the website, because I do think that it's one of our most prominent portals with the community. So just wondering how that's going.
Yeah, I think that was originally in the budget because the idea was to hire a contractor to help update the website. I believe from a couple years ago, before my time here, they just had one staff member, former IT staff member, who did it in-house. So it's very like manual, and so the idea was to try and maybe hire a contractor to provide some help with streamlining it and making it a little more user-friendly for the staff to maintain it going forward. So I think it's just in the interest of time, that just hasn't happened, and we've been kind of just putting Band-Aids on it as things have been coming up. But it definitely could do some revamping behind the scenes. On the surface, it might look like it's okay, but behind the scenes, it's pretty muddy.
So I know that communication person is one of our asks and one of the top, staff priorities. Is this something that we see coming under this communication person potentially, or do we need to actually look at adjusting budget for IT so that can be done on a contract?
My quick answer to that, and communications will be reporting to the CAO. The communications function will be more content related. The infrastructure will likely stay with IT. So, the look and feel of the website and social media channels will be a function of communications, but the actual infrastructure will stay with IT.
So just to confirm, that would mean potentially making sure we have budget in the upcoming to actually deal with a website revamp to actually make it as flexible a tool as possible for the district, correct?
Yeah, and I would see that as a communications budget item. So the required resources to upgrade the website would be part of a communications budget item.
Councillor McMath, we thank you for being so patient.
It's not like me. Can you tell me what the 2018 budget was, and then what was actually spent in 2018 on the telephone service? Please.
So 2018 for telephone was just under $23,000. And so now for 2019, that budget is is down to 5,000 because we have transitioned the phones this year to an in-house system. And it's through the internet now versus before it was with Shaw and TELUS, so you had a minimum charge for every phone line we had. So he's anticipating significant savings with that. And what's sitting in there, it looks like it's over budget right now, but I believe there's probably a couple capital items that can move out of there and into the capital expense line as far as for 2019 goes. So it was definitely, like, telephone was a big cost driver for us, so IT definitely took it under their wing to try and find some savings there, especially as technology changed so rapidly. There was definitely better ways to do this, so that was a project in 2019, was to transition our phones off of Shaw TELUS to managing them in-house.
So 2018 was about roughly 23 grand?
Yes.
And then they expected cost savings, so then our budget for this year was 5?
Yes, so that was the anticipated savings, and then with that, some of that was eaten up because we anticipate there'll be some more internet costs, because then we increased our internet speed and a couple of other things to compensate for heavier usage on the internet. So it kind of, in the end, there was still a net savings from, excuse me, there was still a net savings overall from the 23,000 that we spent in 2018.
So the 12,000 that's so far, you think that's not quite accurate?
Yeah, I believe that there's some capital items that need to just get reallocated to other departments. And then as well, we're finding more staff are getting cell phones, so that cost is going up. So it might be the 5,000 wasn't quite enough. We were just, it was an estimate at the time. So we're gonna look at that a little closer and determine if we need to increase the cell phone budget. Because with new staff starting, they get a new phone, so there's a one-time hit for the cost of the new phone, because we buy those outright from the start. So it's just a matter of, I have to just look at the actuals and can determine if a budget increase will be necessary.
Okay. And when will this be updated?
So this will be for the first round of budget information in December 5th at the first meeting. We'll kind of working on getting this all kind of cleaned up and having some better, more accurate capital numbers. So when we meet, I'm going to be meeting with the other departments for the month of November and just kind of confirming what's going on with their capital projects, and then can either capitalize some items if necessary, which will get them out of this budget to actual report and into just down to the capital section of the report, or if they need to stay there, then at least I can have a better narrative of why they're there and why we're recommending increasing the budget.
Right. The tricky part of this process for me is just that you're asking us to, if we want to increase, if we want to stay, if we want to lower it, but we don't know if these numbers are correct or close, because there is a massive fluctuation, it seems like sometimes. And so I'm just finding it like a little bit tricky to say, yeah, let's jack it up. But then come December, it might be different.
Well, this exercise wasn't, just to clarify, this wasn't supposed to be about the budget numbers yet. This was just supposed to be about the services that each department provides. Mm-hmm. And then if you want to increase the services, then the idea was then to take that away, cost out what it would cost to increase the services. So that's, yeah, this wasn't supposed to be about kind of deep diving into all the lines with the budget for this approach, was my understanding. This was more just a high level of what services each department provides. And then council would decide if they want to increase or decrease the services, which will then obviously have an applicable cost with it or savings.
More details to follow by the sound of it.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you. Did you get your question answered there, Councilor McMath? Any other questions in regards to IT? Councilor Bateman, nothing for you? Okay. Thank you. We'll carry on.
Okay, next. GIS. So this department basically is, again, it's a little bit front-facing, but, a lot of work is behind the scenes supporting other departments. So they're involved with all the data management with BC Assessment and land titles. They deal with, we have a software system called Asset Finder. So they deal with all the asset and infrastructure data entry into the system, which then capitalizes the data and then provides finance with some amortization entries and other entries that can get processed in our general ledger. They receive land title survey data updates, which need to be processed, as well as the software and survey maintenance. They receive multiple internal support for referral requests. So things like for land title surveys for this year, they've already had 50 surveys that they've had to complete. Again, they're involved with all the asset management process. BC Assessment sends a weekly update file, which could have anything from, 10 files on it to 300 files. 2 times a year, there's a big update from BC Assessment, which has over 6,200 files, which needs to be looked at and risk managed or adjusted if there's errors that won't let it import it into our system. One of the time-saving functions that they have is the public maps we have available on our website. There's been approximately 1,600 views on our public maps on our website since November of 2018. Another map, the Souk Santa map, which is a big hit item, had over 1,100 views. And that internally, that takes a lot of the GIS staff's time to build that map of it and make it available for the public to view. To date, there's been 283 new addresses assigned. There's been 659 address updates that the staff process, and there's been over 100 maps created or spot maps created for engineering or planning during the year. Some of their big projects this year are asset management. We had, like as I mentioned, we have this asset finder system. And so we had one of the developers of the system out in the summer that helped us build a bunch of custom reporting, which will make it a lot easier to report internally on what's going on with our capital asset and help with our long-term asset management planning, which has been lacking over the years. So we're really looking forward to taking advantage of those tools and incorporate that into 2020 budgeting. They're heavily involved in the sewer parcel tax rollout, just vetting the numbers, and as well, they're involved on the financial reporting audit on the capital asset side.
Are there any questions from council regarding to Geographic Information Services? Oh, Mayor Tate.
Okay, thank you, Acting Mayor Beddoes. A question in regards to how this works. So our GIS department does an exceptional job with mapping, but let's say, for example, we get requests to do a more like friendly map, like for students, say, on here's some fun areas. So that impacts a couple of departments. So if we want to see the service level increase, will we also get that feedback from another department? Because, our departments all work together. So, and I may have missed this because I'm arriving late, but as council gives general direction through to staff, and we say, okay, we need the service level, we want it all to remain just the same, but our direction is impacting other departments. Is that all coming to us as well? Because I don't want to say, keep GIS the same, when if we're requesting a lot of work through engineering work and through park, that definitely needs to increase. Will that at some point match up? Does that make sense?
I think I'm following the bouncing ball.
Okay.
So it would be a GIS function, so creating layers, whether it's district-owned lands or park lands or fun stuff, as you say, public waterfront access. Those would all be layers that GIS could put on our system. They would probably need some of the geographical location stuff from other departments, possibly the planning. But I think that would be, if we want to get, an example is this whole customer self-serve stuff. A lot of that stuff would come from GIS, but really would be an IT function, and there's a component of some of the software that we use to get into that. So could be a GIS project, could be an IT function, but the appropriate resource ask would come to council after we take this away and cost it out. So that would be some of the internal stuff that we would have to wade through in order to bring you back the appropriate information for the first draft of next year's budget.
Okay, so down the road, say, I'm thinking of North Saanich once did an event and they developed a map that showed where all the farms and farm stands were, and the cycling and the like. So if we wanted to develop something similar, you know, like Explore Sukon, you know, with our trails, and then here's the farm stands and all that, then that's where you would report back to us, okay, you need to then look at if you're going to continue with this work, or some kind of a marathon event, say, where we had a, I don't know, park to park, something fun, you race a bathtub across the pond here, and then cycle and run on the trails, or do whatever. I'm just trying to throw something out there. You know, as we're building out the trail infrastructure, a good way to draw attention to it is to actually have an event that uses it. The Lions did an event once on the Goose of some sort of there was some sort of a biathlon or a running event or a relay race or something on
Done a
on the
few of
Goose
them.
ones. Yeah, over the years. So if we wanted to start doing something like that, but then also needed very user-friendly maps to get people from A to B, that's where, you know, and we're starting to hit up different departments. I'm sort of expecting that you would reply back and say, okay, as you start going down this road here, you'll need to start building up these service levels. I just don't want to see us keep something at a certain level when there's actually an impact that needs it to boost up more.
What an awesome question. And it goes to the fact that, you know, it really is the heart of why we're moving GIS from finance into operations in the 2020 organizational chart. And it's for that exact reason. GIS can play a huge role in asset management, and asset management can be focused just on the financial stewardship of assets, but it can also be focused on this whole idea that we don't build assets for the sake of building assets. We build trails and road networks and things to provide services to our community. So we want GIS and asset management to play that higher level role, and then finance can do the financial piece of how we steward our stewardship of assets over the life of those assets. So we are thinking about those exact things that you commented on. So we're moving GIS to operations where they will be with parks, environmental services, engineering, and play a role in understanding what state do we want to accept assets in, why are we building them, and that whole service provision behind our asset management solutions.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers your question.
It did, and just something, since we're all here today, Councillor Lajeunesse and I were at the elementary school on Halloween, and so and then I was reading to students afterwards, so there were many interesting questions that came from students, but now that the Canes stairway is complete, the students are accessing the stairways quite frequently. For Suk Elementary, proximity to those stairs is essential because it's good walking distance. And one thing that has come up is the students are somewhat appalled by the garbage that's in the ocean, and they want to take a part and a bit of responsibility in the cleanup. So I advise them to talk to staff. So it's exactly that. As we build this infrastructure and there's awareness on it, there's other pieces that start to come, and then there's an involvement. And that's what, that's what I was hoping for with those stairs, and it's certainly most happening now, which is exciting. But I think that's where parents might be like, where are you getting the tires out of the ocean? These stairs, I've never heard of those stairs, and I've been here forever. So just being able to sort of pinpoint that will be more and more important from a user perspective. Okay, thank you.
Yes, and we do see other phases of the organizational review as we continue to grow, but that was a big piece in this 2020 reorg, is reorganizing and putting asset management at a higher strategic level in the organization.
I guess for me, just the fact that you'll be able to respond if we have any things come up that we would like to expand on, but it's pretty tough to do that in advance because we don't really know anything yet. And then at that time, we would be inclined to either increase the budget or get some money from the contingency fund to do that service. But it's nice to know that the department can, in fact, respond to it when something comes up. So we're pretty happy with that.
Yes, we've got both good systems and good people. So the whole mapping thing is we're quite well taken care of here.
Any other questions from council? Thank you. We'll move on.
Johnny, I have a question.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I was actually looking at our website and looking for the GIS information, which I did find. I noticed that there were two specific maps, one for trails and parks, the other one just general land information sort of thing. I was curious as to whether or not it might be possible to make this more, I had to go clicking through 3 or 4 iterations, and I was wondering if it might be possible, future-wise, first of all, to have more maps, more different types of maps in the actual library of maps that's available, but also to make it more accessible, specifically for tourism. If people could actually, just click on this and here's where the food is, or here's where whatever is, it just might make a certain amount of sense, and it wouldn't be necessarily too hard to do. I mean, Google does it, or maybe we just send them to Google. I don't know. Just a thought.
Yeah, it certainly needs work. We are aware that the state of our website, which should be the repository of most of our electronic stuff, social media channels should still direct things to the website, certainly needs some work. So a couple things. An unrated resource that's on the org chart is the whole community economic development position. So that will help with things like tourism. And to your earlier question, Councillor St. Pierre, around prioritizing applications. Right now, the vast majority of our building and development applications are residentially focused. If we get to a point where the strategic priority to increase non-residential growth is there, those types of policy decisions become much, much more important. But the communication piece and the number of clicks to get to information on the website is something we are aware of. Councillor Bateman and I have had a couple of discussions around that, and the communications function is number 2 on the prioritized new positions, and hopefully we will hit the threshold where we can fund that position in 2020.
Any other questions? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, I'll just follow up a bit on that, because I really do like our District of Souk web maps. I mean, I can go in there, I can get street addresses, topographical contours, parks and trails, the location of the town center, sewer specified area, zoning, and even aerial photography. So I think this communications officer will be able to publicize and expand with a few more layers there for our visitors and residents. And yeah, so thank you to Mr. Goebel and Ms. Gillis for their work.
Any other comments from council? Hearing none, let's move on. Thank you.
Okay, last department for me. Building. So the building department is fairly self-explanatory, I believe. They're basically in charge of, there's 4 staff in the building department currently. They're in charge of reviewing building permit applications, plan reviews, and ultimately issuing building permits and then doing building inspections. Some of their big projects for the year is working on updating the building regulation bylaw, which is a huge undertaking. We're working on the rules change in February 2021 where inspectors need to be classified at a certain level. So our new chief building official is working with our current inspectors to get them up to the level that they need to be at in order to be able to sign off on permits after February 2021. And then a big operational project we undertook this year was reviewing and revamping the building permit process, which was not working very well. And so that involved quite a lot of work internally, as well as we had a meeting in May with the public and the builders just to kind of inform them of the new process. Our desired goal, which is to issue a complete, for complete applications to issue a permit within 10 days. That's not being achieved right now. We're still struggling a lot with getting complete applications being submitted. People have a different definition of what a complete application is, so it's a lot of retraining with the developers out in the community to ensure that what they're submitting is complete and includes all the required documentation. So it's still definitely a learning curve, but it is improving. For 2019, there have been 183 permits applied for. Not all those permits get issued. Some of them withdraw, some of them don't get issued based on the project not being able to go ahead. For issued permits in 2019, there's been 205 issued. So again, those would be like, some of those were carried over from previous years and finally got issued in 2019. That's why those numbers don't match up. And once a permit's been issued, there's approximately 6 inspections that happen per unit. So that's where our 2 building inspectors would go out and actually do a physical inspection throughout the construction process to make sure things are achieving what they need to achieve, certain standards and up to code, so then they can move on to the next stage of the process. So it is quite labor intensive. It's not as simple as just issuing a permit and then they come back and do occupancy. There's multiple inspections that occur along the way. And on top of that, they deal with, in any given day, about 6 walk-ins a day, just with people without appointments, just with random questions that they have at the building counter. So that includes a bunch of their time. And a good project we're just working on right now is we're starting to work with the First Nations on their building permit process and starting to work together on that. So stay tuned for more on that in the coming months. So that's building department.
Thank you. Just a comment from me, first of all, is surprisingly, I have not heard a lot of complaints. So the guideline to get it done in 10 days, whether it's not exactly 10 days, seems to have sent an indication that there's an effort by staff to do that. And the people that used to approach me and complaining have stopped. So obviously something's getting done right. My question is, going forward, do you feel you have the resources in that department to further make improvements? Or?
Well, I'll defer to plan, like in January of 2020, building is moving from finance. It was just temporarily with finance over the last year or so. So it'll be moving over to the Director of Planning's department. So I would kind of defer to that department to determine the staffing levels. I know the, I think it's the priority 4 position, the plan checker, permit review position could, add some help to that department in processing permits, but at this point, I wouldn't feel comfortable making that determination. Like, I think filling that chief building official has been a huge gap for us over the years, so getting that position in place and with such a seasoned, experienced person we have has been just a huge win for Souk and will really help our building team run a lot more efficiently going forward. So I'm looking forward to
Yeah, and
future.
that was a big part of one of our priorities was to make that happen through the staff, of course. So I'm pleased that they made those headways, and I know there's still work to be done. And my concern was to make sure the resources are there because it's the end customer, which these people live and work in Souk. We've got to make it as best we can for them, providing they give us the information, and that seems to be one of the big stumbling blocks, but thank you for that. Any other comments from council or questions? Mayor Tate?
Thank you. So a couple of questions. First off, last year when we had a land use and building committee, was it the building regulation bylaw that they were working on?
Yes, it was before my time here, but that's my understanding is they were working on that, and then I guess the committee disbanded.
Well, the election happened, so they only
Yeah.
met so many times and then sort of disbanded on their own before the election occurred. So, but there was never a bylaw brought forward to the council at the time to say, we've completed our work and here's the recommendations that we would like to make. So I'm just wondering where that work may be.
Yeah, so that, we're anticipating the first draft of the revamped building regulation bylaw to be in front of council in early 2020.
Okay.
As I mentioned, it's a huge document and
Yes.
requires lots of legal input. And so I know all departments have been involved, like that are affected by this, have been involved in reviewing it and providing comments and feedback. So I think we're very close to a final draft. So the idea is to bring it in front of council in 2020, early 2020.
Okay, so it wasn't that that they had finished, it was just timing happened, and then, of course, there's more work that was needed outside of what the committee was able to provide.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, okay, great. And then in terms of the 10-day issuance of permits and the definition of complete versus incomplete application, are some permits being are we receiving some complete by our definition packages, and are those permits being issued in 10 days?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I would
Okay.
probably say no. I don't think we've gotten a complete, we've had some. Okay, I'll defer to plan, like, I don't really hear about it on a day-to-day basis, but I think we've gotten some, but it's definitely, I know a lot of them, there's still some follow-up about, you need this, you need to submit this. But I definitely, we're better than we've ever been before.
Okay.
And continuing to improve, I think would be a safe statement to make.
Okay, that's
So,
great.
you know, stay tuned for more specific stats. I think it's just, because it just kind of started in May, June, you know, it's still in its infancy of retraining everybody and then starting to track this stuff internally. So we can definitely provide some more stats going forward on how we're doing to achieve that.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
Any other questions from council? Hearing none, we'll move on. Anybody have a strawberry?
No, I'm not saying
I have a quick question.
Yes,
Regarding the-
Councillor Bateman, I have a question.
Regarding the subdivision, the list of all those projects, was this assembled at back last spring when this Appendix B was done, or is this being updated recently?
That was updated as recently as October of 19.
Okay, good. So this is a mix of the old and new. Okay, good.
So, thank you. I hear no changes for building, and I do, I look forward to some of the changes in the 2020 organizational structure, where Rachel can get back to managing the front-end staff and finance, but she has done a really good job with GIS and with building safety, and I know that the people that work in those departments certainly appreciate the advocacy work that she's done on their behalf. So, thanks, Rachel. Development Services is up next, and I'm going to be speaking to the first couple. We're still, we did go through our first round of interviews for Director of Operations. We've got 2 more tomorrow, and we still have Patrick here on a part-time basis until December 1st, so we still are a little short-staffed at the Director position in what is now Development Services and what will be Operations. So I'll do these first 2 segments of Development Services. The first of being engineering. And you can see that engineering has a number of daily tasks and operational and capital projects on the screen. But really, engineering does the typical civil engineering work. A lot of contract services for highway maintenance, rainwater infrastructure management, line painting, DCC bylaw, which is in the process of being looked at right now in conjunction with the Transportation and Parks and Trails Master Plan, and the whole street lighting and traffic control. So really that is the big piece of work that engineering manages on behalf of the district. Under the Director of Engineering, Director of Development Services, and we have 2 engineering techs in that department. Fairly significant jump in 2019 over 2018. And you can see in the budget information that was handed out today where those changes come from. So really, it's a lot of contract work. Typically we would have a public works, a lot of communities our size would have a public works department that looks after roads and stuff. We do contract that out, so a lot of that, the budget here is to contract work.
Any questions from council? Mayor Tate?
Thank you. So in terms of a street light, what is the process to actually get a street light somewhere? I mean, this seems like a really oddball question for me to ask, but say on Church Road where Wadhams and through, or not Wadhams, but just down, we have our multi-use trail that goes along the Wadhams farm property, and then it crosses over on Church Road at sort of where Throop begins. There's a light on a hydro pole on one side of the road, but not on the other. And it's really dark in that corner there because there's no lighting on the Wadhams farm. So I believe that we need to get a light a street light on that other hydro pole, and even further down in Country Road, it would be great to have both sides illuminated, because so many people were black, like you just don't see them again, like it's just dark there. So how, like in terms of increasing the service, this is where I would like to see us increase the service to add these additional streetlights. I don't know how much they are. I know that once we put the light in, we have to maintain it and then pay for the hydro associated. But in those areas, because the rationale previous, and of course, you know, I was probably the only one here aside from a few staff, it was always, oh, well, development will do it, development will do it. But the development isn't happening, and we have a trail, and there's some people, there's been some near misses in these sections, so I just don't want to say to the public, oh, wait till the lot gets developed and then we'll have a street light when we have a known issue in some parts.
So, I'm sorry, Your Worship, but you say there is a trail there now?
Yeah, like our multi-use trail goes, it crosses Stroop Road and then it goes alongside on Church Road. It's on the Wadham's Farm side of the property, and then it continues down Wadham's Way. You cross the road and it goes down Wadham's Way. So that was all part of a municipal grant that was awarded a number of years ago, but it's not lit. And so, and then part of what I remember was, oh, the development will light that part up, but where it crosses over Church Road, it's pitch black. Like you can't see anyone, you know, and I almost hit someone, and I didn't because there was another vehicle coming the other way, and I could see there was a shadow and they were stopping, and that's what made me saw the person. Otherwise, I couldn't see them at all. They're fully wearing black, and it's in this black background. So just in the winter months, it's, you know, and this is at 6, 7 o'clock at night. It's not late, it's gonna get darker faster.
I see Laura's come up to bail me out, so I will defer to her.
Yeah.
Super, you have something to say on this matter.
I sure do. So the David Arm or the BC Hydro pole mounted streetlights are relatively simple for the District of Sault to ask BC Hydro to install. So they're, I can't exactly say the amount of money, but under $1,000, we can have a light installed through calls for service or through simple requests through council. And then we do pay for the hydro after that, so the power to put them on. Putting in ornamental streetlights, like you're suggesting in, say, to Ontario Road or something, is a lot more complicated and developer-driven. So if you have a list of ones, we can usually accommodate those within our existing budgets.
I'm just thinking the David Arm, not an ornamental light. It's just, there's a hydro pole there, and it's just as you go down Church Road where Country is almost at the RCMP station, there's hydro poles on either side. One side has the arm and the other one doesn't. So that's where I just think, okay, just putting it on the hydro pole in those key areas where there's crosswalks and Sault would make a big difference to the walking public. Not an ornamental one, just the arm.
Your Worship, and it's interesting to note, we did back, I guess in the late 80s, or sorry, early 90s, mid 90s, go through a process of putting at least one street light on a David Arm at every intersection, some as we develop new roads or things get taken down and replaced. So it is a relatively simple process, relatively inexpensive, and it's just a matter of putting that request in.
So recap, it's well within our budget. We could do a few of them, and we don't have to increase your budget to accommodate it. Thank you.
So just process-wise, I'm just saying I wrote down notice of motion, so, yeah.
Your Worship, we can just put those down and put those through calls for service right now. You don't even need a notice of motion.
Well, that would be great. So you know which ones
Yep.
I'm meaning. That would be fantastic.
You bet.
Thank you.
Councillor Bateman.
So I'll follow up on that. I have there's a number of constituents, one of whom lives at the end of a cul-de-sac, and he's always saying, well, where's my street light? So is there a process for citizens to request a street light?
Through your worship, yes, indeed there is. It's a simple
Super.
calls for service to the front desk through to the engineering department. It is important to note that some cul-de-sacs are strata cul-de-sacs, so we can only do that on BC Hydro poles that are in the public right-of-way.
Good to know. Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, I do have a comment, because I'm just thinking, our bylaw 404 and how we require assets from developers, that should all be spelled out. So, it should be built when we take over. So Perhaps our bylaw 404 doesn't deal with that stuff, but I'm perplexed as to wonder why there would not be a streetlight at the end of a cul-de-sac if it's something that should be required.
It could have been something that was developed pre-incorporation, and therefore the CRD in their planning process didn't require it in a rural area, perhaps. So it could have been a growing pain of incorporation.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Hearing none, I guess you have the information you need for that department.
Yes, and we're going to make a note on engineering to do some due diligence or some research onto increasing street lighting, and if that requires a budget bump, you will see that in the first draft of the 2020 budget.
Thank you. All right, we'll carry on to the rest of it. Thank you.
Next up is subdivision services. So again, subdivision services, Nikki Zur is doing yeoman's work for us right now in the absence of having a full-time approving officer. And subdivision may end up in 2020 in planning and development, or it may still stay in operations, depending on the experience of the two directors that we ultimately put in those seats. So you see, what the daily tasks and the operational and capital projects are in subdivision. And you can see relatively stable budget 2018 over 2019. I'm wondering if you're hearing anything about the level of service in subdivision applications and whether we need to make any changes.
Council, any comments? I haven't heard any complaints, surprisingly. Sorry. Well, people complain to me, and I said that's also CAO's fault, but it's not. Is there any comments from council, please? Hearing none, you must be doing a stellar job. We'll carry on.
Perfect, and I'll hand it over to Laura now to Parks and Environmental Services.
Thanks so much. So Parks and Environmental Services is divided into two distinct groups, the inside workers, of which there's one staff member, and the outside workers, which do the operations day-to-day, of which there are 2 permanent employees and 3 auxiliary employees. We do, what I like to laugh about is the Department of Everything Else that you haven't heard about today. So we can do things from calls for service for parks maintenance. We would do calls for service for hazardous trees. We do development and building referrals, so we see and touch every one of the building applications that come through. General maintenance of facilities, including our parks washrooms, all of the 16, 18 kilometers of trails, and 100 park assets, like parks such as Municipal Hall. We maintain those to park-like standards. We also do things like garbage pickup. That's done 3 times a week. So pretty much everything that is related to parks. We also do capital projects, so the acquisition of new capitals such as the Whiff and Spit bathroom, the memorial area that we're intending to construct. We do, the whole list is there. So there's a very exhaustive list of things that we are responsible for. We're very nimble. We like to react to things as people require them. We do small projects such as the Wandafuka Trails, and going back to the mapping that you're talking about. We're working with GIS, working with other departments to come up with a map and a contractor of something that's usable and not necessarily distributable in a paper format, but so that we can better talk about the wonderful assets that we do have in the District of Sauk. I can't express enough how much effort goes into maintaining parks and trails to keep them safe and ensure that they're not a risk to the District of Sauk. We do expect to need to increase our staffing for those auxiliary employees just solely based on the amount of assets that we're expecting in 2020. So we're expecting about 16 hectares of parks. We've just taken on a new playground. And just to maintain the status quo, we will need an increase for that. Another position that is on the org chart is to have support on the inside worker end of it. So currently, Parks and Environmental Services is an employee of one, that's me, that does all of those things that you'll see on the left-hand side of the screen. We have ranked in the third position, I believe, the environmental services coordinator of some sort to provide support. So with the District of Sauk's climate action emergency that we've declared, that's something that's not actually even accounted for in the service levels. The ones that you see in front of you are what we're doing in 2019, not to mention the new things that council wants to see in their strategic plan, so that's something we really have to consider. When you're looking, Councillor Bateman, at the list of things that we do on a day-to-day basis, just keeping the lights on, so to speak, is taking about 30 hours for just answering emails, doing those development referrals. So we do need help. We are treading water. I hate to get on that soapbox. But there is a lot of stuff, great things that Parks and Environmental Services does on a day-to-day basis, as does every other member of the District of Sauk's team. And so the service levels are reflected in that.
Any questions from council? Mayor Tate?
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Hooper, for all your work in this area. I'm of the mind that there does need to be an increase here. For one, just with the new infrastructure, the new assets coming online, is the ability to continue maintaining what we have and also addressing what else is coming. If we don't, otherwise I worry that what you're already maintaining may slip, because now you have to maintain all those other hectares of new. So there's that piece. As we grow, there's more activity in the park. So then there's the case where, you hear of discarded needles or people dumping garbage. So then as your staff are attending to all of that, then, they were just going to go mow the lawn that day, but now they have to pick up all this other stuff, which may be hazardous, and get rid of it. So there's that element as well. And I also really appreciate the work that you're doing, like Broom Hill has an event about removing some invasive species, and certainly the Broom Bash and some of the other ones. I think there's a grant and then some partnership there. But as our residents are out enjoying these areas, there's also an awareness piece that needs to kick off. So with the mushrooms, what do the death cap mushrooms actually look like? It would be helpful if we had someone, or at one time there was a concern that the spit had some dangerous plant on it. It wasn't, it was something that was similar, but all over social media it was, this dangerous plant is on the spit, but that was actually misinformation about something that was actually okay and is indigenous to this area. I've heard that there's been camas spotted recently in some of our parks, and those are something that we would want to preserve and maintain, and encourage people not to pick instead. So I don't know where that falls in, but I know that you're doing a lot, or even with the knotroot or the knotweed, or the
Japanese knotweed.
That's right, in that area, and then of course trying to contain the spread. So there's a piece of, we're trying to encourage our residents to get outside, but then as they go outside, there can be garbage left behind, and then there's new discoveries that are made. So how do we address the need of that? So in my mind, I think for certain, even just on the basis of new infrastructure coming, you will need more auxiliary staff. Otherwise, the other parks are going to suffer, and I don't want to see that happening. But also with some of the additional outreach education pieces, that would be great as well, like cormorants around in different areas, and just identifying these species and how we coexist together would be, I think, of important anyway.
Do we hear from other councillors? Councillor St. Pierre?
I'm also grateful for all the work, and I've been surprised to find out how awesome our trail system is, because it probably needs more people to yell about it and to shout about it, and so on and so forth, because I do think that there's a role here for our parks to actually play, to be a site for events. They're already being used extensively for events. And so one of my questions might be if a potential position for environmental coordinator might include the event coordination, or an event coordination piece. It certainly seems that they're being used extensively for that reason, and that we might want to expand on that, given that we do have parks and trails, and that we do want to have the public and people from outside the community visit us on that account.
Any other comments from council?
I'd like to maybe, I'll just keep it simple. Can we flag the OCP line item to talk about later? Like we're flagging topics as we go through this?
For sure, yeah.
Thanks.
I'm sorry to, just to interrupt and interject. I did forget to mention, currently we do the snow and ice removal on municipal properties. And so if council, say, for example, wanted to increase that level of service, I'm not saying that you do, but that's something that we could also consider. Currently, we require fronting property owners to do the maintenance of their downtown sidewalks, for example. And we did hear a lot of complaints about that last year in February when it was snowy and icy. We can keep up with what we've got for our properties, but we by no means can provide that service in the downtown core. But we did get probably about 30 or 40 complaints last year. So if that's something you want us to look into, that would be something we could do.
Any comment from council?
Sorry, for
Kate?
clarity, that was just in the town center and the commercial area?
Yes, Your Worship, in the town center.
So is that the case where like the sidewalk in front of the Evergreen Mall, that's Evergreen Mall's responsibility to clear?
That's correct, yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind looking at it, but also seeing if we were to take that on, this is what it would cost. And I think that then we can determine if we want to do that or not. But I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Councillor Bateman?
Yes, thank you. I do note, as you were saying, there is this environmental services coordinator as priority 3, and then further down you have a general support clerk for parks and a facilities maintenance worker. So in other words, as new money comes into the community, we can fill these positions, and they will be filled, because new money is coming into the community, obviously. I guess there's also auxiliary option, which wouldn't cost a lot, right? We could bring in, you have 2 already, so a 3rd might be available. Also, this tree bylaw, 280 hours of your time, thank you. I really look forward to seeing the outcome of that. Yeah.
Well, I know I'm looking forward to it. It's a big file. We got a few more coming up your way too, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, on the staffing positions, we do have them ranked, but the commitment to council is always is to have a review of the ranking system on an annual basis, just to make sure that the proper order is in place. So right now, we've got senior planner, communications, engineering, tech, environmental tech. If, as we continue to go through this on an annual basis, those priorities need to change, that certainly is council's prerogative to give us that direction.
Okay, understood.
And Jen, if you can just add one more note there, I did hear that we want to cost out snow and ice removal in the core and bring that back for council to consider in the first draft of the budget. Is that, do you concur?
No,
Well,
I don't
Councillor
want to.
McMath?
I don't want to spend time or money on researching the cost for us to pay for businesses to clear their sidewalks from the snow. It's so infrequent, and in most other municipalities, it's the business's responsibility. So we have so many burning priorities, that's not at the forefront. So I don't want to spend time or money on it at this point, personally.
Any other comments? Councillor Jeunesse?
I would agree with Councillor McMath on that. I know Victoria requires that residents and businesses are responsible for clearing their own sidewalks.
So I think that the dispute here is not the actual removing, it's just the costing of it. And Councillor McMath, if I get it right, that you don't want to spend staff's time costing that out. And I believe that's what you're saying as well. Okay, just clarify for me.
You're going to need a vote on that one, because I think it needs to be costed out.
We had a comment.
And just a general comment there, we do have snow and ice removal sitting in the human resource budget, office administration, because it's more like a building maintenance kind of. Anyways, they have a budget for $5,000 a year in that specifically for snow and ice removal. So historically, it hasn't been heavily spent. I'm not sure if Parks is maybe coding any work that they do to a different department, or if it's just a matter of the staff time to do the snow and ice removal. But as far as costs go, it's not a heavily used line item. And there is a budget every year of $5,000 allocated for it, just for information.
I guess I have a question in regards to, you said you received like 30 complaints last February. Were they business owners that complained?
No, they weren't business owners, they were members of the public who were having a difficult time getting through the town center. It's important to note, like, it only happens occasionally. And what I suspect is staff's looking for direction of whether you would like us to increase that service. What I'm hearing is perhaps not. The complaints are indeed coming from members of the public because the business owners aren't clearing those sidewalks.
Okay, but that brings on the next portion of it. How do we pressure the business owners to do what they're supposed to do? Is there any ramifications if they don't clear the walk in front of them? Do we go and break the windows out, or?
I would think a strengthening of the policy and those repercussions might be a good suggestion, and then following up with education and enforcement, with bylaw enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to need a vote. Go ahead.
Thank you. So just on that note, though, like in a place like the Evergreen Mall, I'm going to pick on them, or even the Village Foods Mall, it'll be up to that landlord to set a budget and the services, not the individual tenants. So I wouldn't expect the employees of Source to have to go out. Like they set their budget that then their tenants pay for. So there's sort of that element, but there's also a provincial highway. So I think of residents that are up early trying to get to the buses, or that are walking because they don't want to drive that day, that are then slipping on our, yes, it's a provincial highway, provincial sidewalk, but in the event that the slip and someone's injured, we're going to get sued in that. Usually that's what happens, is all the layers come on, and then we end up having to spend our time either removing ourselves or reducing our exposure, or we just pay what we're getting done. So I sort of wonder in some cases if it's just, we need to throw down some ice melt on the public road. If it was, you know, that's different. If it was in the mall itself, then yeah, that is up to the mall. In that it's completely into private property. But, you know, this is where I just want to see what it looks like. It does happen infrequently. And then, you know, you have times, well, okay, snow day, if the kids are at home, like no one's leaving and people are stuck at home anyway, would even get there to be able to remove the snow. By then, people that are trying to make their way out are falling on our roads and sidewalks. I don't know. It's a tough one. I just wouldn't mind seeing what it would cost, but I know
Okay.
that there's disagreement.
I think you would need direction from council, and that's the request, and so I would ask that someone to make a motion one way or the other, and then we'll go from there.
All right, so I'll move that council directs staff to advise council on how much of a budget is required to increase the snow removal or salting within the town center. I don't know, that sounds, just a report for information.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a seconder to that motion?
Dies.
I'll second it, so I can amend it.
You can't increase your salary, you know, so don't worry. Well, that's all. We have a motion and we have a seconder, and I can't repeat the motion because I don't see it there, but I do understand. Does everybody understand the motion? It's to get staff to do a costing of what it would be to clear the sidewalks in the downtown area. Is that basically it? Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment
You sure can.
on that. Just to, you stated town center very generically. So this needs to be on public sidewalks.
Yes.
Exclusively, is what we're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. Councillor St. Pierre, comment?
this might be a less friendly amendment, or maybe just a suggestion. I'm actually more interested in best practices in terms of what other districts are doing to basically have enforcement by people who are actually there to deal with it. I understand that in this particular case, there may not be a good place to put the snow. I've been appalled at the fact that people just take the snow from the walks and just toss it on the road. And if they have nowhere else to put it, that's probably what's going to happen. So I would be interested in knowing not so much the cost, because that's actually one specific alternative, but really what are the best practices?
When I shovel, I dump it on the road. When I shovel, I dump it on the road.
Don't tell me that.
Okay. Anyways, I don't see that's an amendment to the motion. We have a motion and we have a seconder. Any other discussion to the motion? Councillor McMahon.
It so rarely snows here.
Yeah.
And there already is a bylaw for like snow and rubbish, and there are clearing responsibilities already set out. And we have so many other things, like staff are treading water, you heard yourself. So I don't think it's appropriate that we spend time on this report.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote? Everybody understand what we're voting for? Yeah, all those in favor, raise their hand. All those against, raise their hand. Councillor McMath, you give me your phone number? Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
just really curious, how much time would that have taken you? Just out of curiosity.
To prepare the
Ballpark.
report, through your worship, to prepare the report, it would be probably 5 or so hours worth of research and wordsmithing.
Okay.
Yeah.
One other thing, it's not just the cost in this particular case. If we set a service level and we don't meet that service level, we do put ourselves in jeopardy. So making sure that we have the proper resources to meet a service level like that, ice on sidewalks in particular, if we're going to take it on, we need to make sure that, you know, if the policy says removed within 24 hours of the finish of the snowfall, we need to be prepared to do that, or we're going to put ourselves in
We'd have to put people up at 4 in the morning to get them ready for that. It's okay, good point.
Democracy in action.
Yeah,
Thank you. That was
that's
great.
what we get paid these big bucks for, right? Yeah, we already been through our budget.
Next
Okay,
up, we've got wastewater, and has everyone met Cameron Priest, our new manager of wastewater? He has done a really impressive job of getting up to speed, and he's courageous to be in front of council today already, so thanks, Cam, and take it away.
What's your last name again? Priest? Priest, P-R-E-E-C-E. So these are pretty high-level comments. These are pretty high-level comments. They're more refined in the work plan that is in the package. But just to give you a flavor, manage and maintain the treatment facility and the collection system. That would include washing down pump stations, manhole inspections, collection of the samples and lab analysis is the biggest component of the treatment plant, because that's what's used to determine your process and to make sure that you're falling in line with regulatory compliance with both the province and the federal government. That alone can take an operator up to 6 hours a day, that process. And if we're in the middle of a long rain event, that process is just continuous. You're always monitoring that. On the project side, when I did a tour of the plant, the lead operator was pointing out all the new pieces of equipment, new pumps, and wear rings, all the critical parts of the components of the system that they'd recently purchased. So that critical inventory for this year has been completed, and there's further budget next year for it, so we'll evaluate what we think are the next stages of the critical equipment. The centrifuge replacement project, Norm picked that up. Well, there wasn't staff here for that, and that has been purchased and is in the process of being built with delivery for spring and installation. We're hoping for May, maybe June. The infiltration monitoring project is with Stantec, and we're just starting to gear up for that. I think we still need another meeting with them and staff to see what areas we're going to focus on there. The safety grading in critical areas is completed. And the sewer expansion review, Norm, that's just getting underway.
Yeah, we're still going through the liquid waste management plan that talks about the expansion, but as we know, there's the piece in Whiff and Spit, and we do have some pinch points in the collection system that will have to be addressed before one of the new residential developments gets the go-ahead.
Okay, for the, I have a few questions. Well, one on the centrifuge, the old one that's coming out, are we sending it away to be refurbished, or is it just sit in a corner and it's there if we need it, if something breaks down?
I don't know if we're going to get it refurbished because it was just refurbished.
Okay,
But we're going to keep it on site as a backup.
okay. And the other thing is the sewer expansion review. Have you got the resources to carry that on? My understanding is that our present system can increase by a third, and then we have to go to a new location. Is that true?
We can expand at least one train. So each side right now handles 3,000 cubic meters a day, roughly. So you have two trains right now, 3,000 cubic meters each. And the original plan, I think, called for a third train, so another 3,000 cubic meters on site.
And that, in your guesstimation, would, like we're looking in down the Whiff and Spit area, would we need that third train in order to accommodate the Whiff and Spit area, or can we do it with our
The
present?
full Whiff and Spit area?
Well, there's that, not the whole Whiff and Spit area, I don't think it was the expansion to the reserve I was thinking of mainly.
Yeah, I
know you're fairly new, you may
I'm a
not.
little new, and I think we'd need to talk to Stantec a little more just to confirm exactly where we're at.
Okay, because it is a hot button item for the community,
Yes.
so, we do need some clarity
I
on
think in
that
our
pretty
initial
soon.
discussions, we've kind of come to the conclusion that the capacity's there to.
Yes, and we did get a sewer serviceability study done by Stantec, and based on the 76 houses there, we do have capacity.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Councilor St. Pierre?
I'm just curious about the solids that come out of the centrifuge. I was wondering, do we have some rough numbers on the cost for trucking it to Heartland?
I don't know off the top of my head. I know I just filled out the permit for Heartland for next year, and we produced 80 loads. Well, we'll be producing 80 loads of biosolids and 12 loads of screenings. But I'd have to look in the budget to get that exact number.
Okay.
It's not cheap.
No, I'm curious about some options in terms of managing our waste locally, maybe a little bit better, and curious about return on investment on some of that stuff. So I'm just looking for some rough numbers.
Mayor Tate?
Thank you. In terms of the 80 loads that we bring to Heartland, do you anticipate that eventually that would be fed into the Heartland's processing system that's being constructed now?
Well, I haven't heard anything, or if CRD's contacted Souk at all in that,
Okay.
for that capacity.
I'm just wondering, because Councillor Bateman and I were at Heartland and toured not the wasteland, but the landfill earlier this year, and one of their staff asked me, will you be putting your biosolids? Have you decided yet? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I thought so. And so I wasn't able to answer that, but I don't recall ever receiving any correspondence from them. And it's still being constructed, so it's just, it would be better, you know, as the Heartland determines if it's going to do a waste to, when it does do its waste to energy project, it would be better that we put it into that waste to energy as opposed to just into the landfill.
Yeah. I haven't heard anything on this end.
Okay.
In my previous life, when I was with the CRD and the sewer department, it did come up just in passing, but it wasn't specific to Souk. It was Souk and
The peninsula.
the peninsula and the on-site system at that development on Johnson Street. I can't remember the name of the.
Okay, I know which one you mean.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name.
So it was specific to other facilities contributing, Port Renfrew as well.
Okay, so maybe that will still come. That'll probably shake out down the road, so we'll watch for that.
Yeah, it should shake out sooner than later, I would
I
think.
would think so. The other part, in terms of the sewer expansion review, would this potentially also include the ability for us to look at metering the system?
Metering the system's expensive.
Right,
So you'll have to determine where all your distribution lines are coming into your main trunk and well, I should back that up. We do meter the system, we do meter the effluent. So the influent's not metered from what I understand, what staff told me. We don't meter the sewer coming in, but we meter it as it goes out. But the option you do have is connecting with the CRD Juan de Fuca regional system and getting the water metering
Yeah.
information from them. There's going to be some standard practice for what percentage of domestic water you use turns into wastewater.
yeah,
So
because that,
if you can pinpoint all the homes in your service area that are in wastewater and then match them up to your retail metering system, then you may be able to come up with a number that is closer to what the actual treatment plant flows are.
I wonder if that is something that could be examined, because in my non-technical opinion, it would seem that anyone that is on our wastewater system is also on CRD water. Like, you wouldn't be on a
Yes.
well and then have our wastewater system. So those ones would not be included, but anyone who is on metered water, most, not all, but many would also, like, it would have to exist if you, the metered water would have to be in place before the sewer treatment would come to your house. And so where I'm going with this is that once upon a time in Souk, suites were only permitted on lots that were 500 square meters or greater, and then the suite had to be registered, so then the homeowner pays one sewer parcel tax for the unit and then a secondary one for the suite. But then council amended that so that all dwellings can have suites, and we don't have people necessarily registering their suite. And then you hear that, at one point I heard that it would have to be a single-family unit and a suite or a duplex, but now I'm hearing that there's suites in the duplexes. So when you look at how people are paying for the system, you have one house who may have registered their suite, is now paying both. Their neighbor had the one and has a suite and is only paying the primary fee, or it's an Airbnb that may have significantly higher use and they're all paying the same. So it doesn't seem fair. Or if it's a duplex with a suite, they're not capturing that at all. So why is it, and then it's like, well, gee, if you look at this house, there's 2 people living next to this house with 4 people because there's a unit and a suite, and they're paying the same. And then we have to keep increasing the parcel tax because of the cost of the system, the operation costs and the capital costs. It just seems that some people are not paying their
Yeah.
paying rightly into the system. So how do you capture that? Like, unless we had the resources to go and inspect every single house in Souk to find out if there is indeed a suite, legal or not legal, but that they be paying for that extra charge, we'd never be able to do it. But if we looked at, okay, switching it to metered where it's based on your water consumption, then those that are conserving, and those that are using more would pay more. And it's sort of like, that's what I think other municipalities in
I
the
live-
city are doing.
I live in Langford, and
Yeah.
my sewer bill's based on my water consumption.
Yeah, so I wonder if I just think it's timely to explore that, because otherwise I just think there's an unfairness. So then, and I've heard some residents, well, why would I register my suite? Now I have to pay more in property taxes. And it's like, well, it's kind of the right thing to do, but I see your point, because no one would know anyway, and they're charging rent accordingly to cover their expenses. So it just seems that especially if we look at growing the system, we have to find an ability to catch this. I don't know how else we would.
Yeah, so I think we could certainly set that up as a project for 2020.
Okay,
And it would be a redistribution of revenue. I don't see it so right now, the $2.5 million that we spend on sewer is actually funded through sewer charges. So it's a full cost recovery system that we have. So it wouldn't necessarily affect the overall budget, but the fairness and equity on the way that budget is derived, I think it's a fair question. So it would be more of an administrative function than a infrastructure project, but I don't think it would require a whole lot of resources, but it would certainly would require some resources for us to undertake that in 2020, so we can cost that out.
okay.
Just to add to that, the CRD's obviously already set this up with at least Langford. So there's already a process in place where this is happening.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it would be a hard thing for them to give us that data to work with. Good.
Well, that would be great, because then there's some cases where people do have a suite, but they don't necessarily rent it out. They may use it for a home business. They may have, older kids at home that are living in the suites. There's one family that's just stretched out into the same, they're in the same property. It's just they used to live upstairs with them, and now they're in the suite. Like, I've seen that happen, so it's a little bit different. And their consumption would be the same, but it's more the fact when you have more and more people, or an Airbnb with more laundry, say, and then they're all.
Yeah, my experience with this has been, it's typically a percentage of your total water consumption, and the argument is not all goes down the sewer. You use some for irrigation and those types of things, but that's not a big issue out here on the island as it is in other communities that I've been in. So possibly a higher percentage of the water use should be part of the calculation as opposed to a lower percentage.
Okay, Councillor Bateman, you wanted to say something?
I had a few points here, just in answer to Councillor St. Pierre, as one of the check writers. I do take note of H&L disposal. They're based on the tonnage of the solid waste that they're taking away is $1,500 to $1,800 a load on average. And in terms of my recollections of the CRD Parks and Environment Committee meetings on this subject, because the McLaughlin Point treatment plant is coming on stream at the end of 2020, and there's going to be a large amount of waste product arriving at Heartland, and they're developing a policy whereby initially the centrifuge spun solid waste will be shipped to cement manufacturers on the mainland. Lafarge, I think, is one of the companies, and they'll be used in building materials for the short term. And then there's longer term, First Nations and UVic are collaborating on a project to try to find a way to make best local use of this very powdery fine. Now, I had a question, however, and that was in terms of your staffing levels over at the wastewater plant. Are you now up to speed?
No, we're still short one operator and an operations clerk.
Okay.
And from what I see, I'll be comfortable with that. That will be okay. I'll be fine with that. And just to back up to the centrifuge a minute, the new centrifuge that is coming actually spins a little more liquid out of the biosolids, so it will be a little lighter going to Heartland, so we may see a little change in that. And if I recall, I think we're paying about $139 a ton going to Heartland. And again, the biosolids it's heavy.
You have a question back?
Sorry, through your words, just to clarify what Mr. Bateman said, sorry, did you say you think it's $1,000?
I thought it was 1,500 to 1,800 approximately per load.
I was gonna just clarify, like, that's on average per week. So on average per invoice we get is at least $2,000 for the Heartland, and if there's 80 pickups in a year on average, that's the total cost. So it is very pricey. So as Mr. Priest indicated, if the new centrifuge, if that can reduce the weight that we're shipping out, that will definitely help save some money as well.
Is there any other comments from council? Councilor St. Pierre?
When the question of water metering came up, I think you said expensive, which is,
Well, if you're setting up metering within a sewer system, it can be expensive.
oh, for the sewer system?
Yeah,
Okay, so not for the
just
distribution?
from my experience in the past.
Okay, so not for the potable water?
No, it's already in place.
Perfect, okay. So Langford has actual metering of the sewer system?
No. The core area wastewater system has meters all over the place because they have to meter each individual municipality's use. Because it travels through all the municipalities into the core trunk mains, and then it travels through those single core trunk mains to the outfalls or the new treatment plant. And nobody wants to pay more than their fair share, so every time a pipe leaves a municipality into a trunk main, it needs to be metered.
The, I guess the direction that I'm going with this is that I know that water metering tends to lower water usage. That's always going to be the case as soon as people are actually paying for what they use instead of a flat rate. And I believe in Souk we're paying a flat rate for the most part. I could be wrong, but I believe that's the case. What would it take to actually move us towards a metered water system where we could be looking at reduction of usage and potentially getting our infrastructure to stretch out a bit further?
As far as I know, you're on a we're on a water.
Do people pay for, but I thought it was a flat rate? No?
No.
No, so just for water, you pay in cubic meters. So every 2 months, it'll show your water consumption, and then there's a rate you pay for however many cubic meters you use in your household.
I knew that was happening on farms, but I guess. Okay.
Yeah, so you do, the more you conserve, the less you pay. And so that's where I just saw it, because that data and that system already exists. So then with wastewater, like if you bought a laundry washer that uses less water, then you're producing less. And so then if you know, and fewer people, shorter showers, you would also then save, or you would be charged accordingly. But if it's one, so it's just based on your water.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're already paying accordingly on that way. So that's where if you water a lot in the summer, even when you're not supposed to, you're gonna pay for it through your water bill. So it's already done. Unless you have a well.
Is there any other, any other questions from council or comments? Hearing none, Councilor McMath.
Just got an email from Councillor Logans, and she just wanted us to know that the JDF Water Commission is looking at the possibility of changing water fees to consumption.
Report coming in 2020. So Councillor Logans is watching us, so hi.
Thank you. Any other comments from council before we move on? Okay, let's move to the next, please. Chief, carry on.
Good afternoon, your worships and council. So I'm going to go through our day-to-day type of business here first, and then go into a little more detail where we're at with strategic priorities and some of our kind of current needs coming from staff. So what you see in front of us here is we're a full-service fire department that's responding to emergencies 24/7. And we tend to do, on average in the last 4 years, close to 1,000 type of emergency calls a year. Right now, to date, just looking at some stats for this year, we're at about 705 calls in total. And about 604 of those are emergency-related calls. We've had about 12 significant structure fires of note and done about 365 medical-related first responder calls. 27 hours of total wait time for BC Ambulance was the recent stat I pulled up to date, and that's cumulative with those 365 calls, even including today was a day where we had a triple header where myself and the deputy had to go help someone that had a fall. I did some interesting kind of look at assessed kind of value that we protected this year. Out of those 12 significant structure fires, 5 of them we saved about $1.4 million of assessed value as far as being able to stop a fire from spreading. We do full service work as well as hazmat operations response, technical rescue work up in the potholes, and road rescue work also. We have about 30 members that are volunteers in the emergency support services through the Souk emergency program. And I've got a captain and firefighters that on a daily basis do the regular maintenance of the vehicles and equipment to make sure we're operationally ready 24/7. We're still staffed with a captain and a firefighter from 7 in the morning to 6 at night, and myself and the deputy are here during regular business hours typically, and a full service time fire administrator and emergency program support assistant. We continue to do public education. Typically, this involves school group requests. We have station tours that come in upon request, and we do some targeted educational things as well. Fire inspections are led by our deputy fire chief. He does about 200 a year, and we're in a current blitz where we're doing some fire inspections with the support of our company officers, so company level type inspections right now during Movember. Office equipment and supply is managed by our fire service administrative and emergency service assistant, and we're constantly in a total state of readiness with emergency preparedness. This resource management is really managing all the people involved in the Souk emergency program and the fire department. So I look at our organizational chart and community safety. We're about close to 90 people that myself and Deputy Barney end up looking after. We tend to go to as many regional functions that we can. There's a whole host of different committees and commissions. So this involves us attending the local government emergency planning advisory commission, the regional emergency planning partnership, and the regional emergency planning advisory committee. So there's a whole host of those are regular meeting a couple times a month. As far as Emergency Operations Center readiness, grant funding happened this year, which greatly supported our ability to have better equipment and some training in the emergency operations side, including training with staff, and some of you attended that training earlier this year as well. Some of the current projects that you see up there in operation and capital is Engine 1 replacement. That is ongoing right now. So this is really the replacement of our reserve engine, which is Engine 3, which has had about 21 years of service. That's the one that brought in revenue the last couple of years. It will be disposed of next year. The new one coming in will really be labeled Engine 1, and that current Engine 1 will be moving down to Station 2. That engine is being approved already. We'll be purchasing the chassis component of it this year and an expected delivery and paying for the remainder of it in 2020. So kind of balancing the cost of it over 2 years of budget. The Squad 2 reallocation, let me go back up a bit, Battalion 1 reallocation, that's actually happened already. So the current battalion is a new unit that was purchased this year, and the The old existing one is now part of the building department. So you'll see a red kind of pickup that's completely debadged, part of the building department in service now, and I would expect them to get maybe another 4 or 5 years out of it, as it no longer is good in emergency use, but it'll get some use in building department. The Squad 2 reallocation, as of yesterday, Squad 2 is now in service, the new one down at Station 2, and the current old Squad 2 is parked out back, getting ready to be completely de-equipped of any kind of emergency-related equipment. So it's, as of yesterday, out of service, and it'll likely be parked in the rear compound behind the district office here in the coming weeks. The Station 1 compound security project is going to get deferred into 2020. That involved a few complexities as far as dealing with security, fencing, improving the gym, and leveling and grading the actual ground. The amount of dollars and estimates we got for it were higher than expected. As well, we came into some problems with some existing easements where the current gym is, and we'd have to deal with any kind of moving and reallocating and replacing that gym if we were going to touch that because of these easements. So more research is required on that, and you'll see that in a 2020 budget. The emergency notification system is currently in a testing phase. We're working closely with the CRD. We're kind of a joint project with them. They have many kind of Souk residents that have signed up for it, and Deputy Barney's been working with the contacts there to port over those registrants into our kind of login administrative system with them. The standard operating guidelines, being an extensive project over 2 years, I've completely gone through them in detail, signed several of them off for peer review. Julie right now is going through a formatting process where CAO can do a final review of them, and then we'll have a master document that's be available to go on a public-facing website if necessary. We currently work on operating guidelines with our new target solution software that we use this year, so firefighters and staff can review them on an as-needed basis. The fire access standards document is something that's in progress right now. This is definitely a needed project as we didn't have a good definition of the requirements as far as accessing when development applications come in there. So we have a standard to work with here, and it's going through a formatting process now. So some of the other things I'm looking at here as far as kind of outstanding reports that we've seen in the fire department in the last couple of years is a long-term staffing model, reviewing the measures of how our paid-on-call implementation system is going, as well as a 10-minute response type document. So what you'll end up seeing in a 2020 budget is proposing for a consultant to support us with kind of a fire department master plan review. You can take all these things that are coming together to end up impacting the fire department and the budget in general. So a good consultant kind of review on this would be the prudent thing to do as far as looking at the types of service levels that we currently have and where they could go. The fire department is definitely unique in a way that we can produce revenue. We have in the last couple of years. We didn't this year due to actually a calming in the fire season, which is actually a nice blessing for us. But the other things that we look at in the fire service that's unique is if we end up changing a service level, it can have impacts on insurance rating. And a consultant coming in would end up looking at where our current fire protection, public fire protection classification system is, what service levels that would be impacted if we ended up changing and improving that public fire protection classification and the benefits to businesses. We recently, in a couple of years, as you know, we increased the service level as far as our ability to deal with water supply without having to really change any staffing needs. It was just passing a test. So we are at a dwelling protection grade of 3BS in a lot of our rural areas where there isn't a hydrant. If I move on into the next section here as far as where our budget is. There we do have a very kind of stable budget, you know, the last couple of years. In the 2020 budget and the 5-year plan, there is allocation already there for supporting that LOU 13 that we had with the recent hire of firefighter Sutherland, looking at the hiring of an additional firefighter. That's already in the budget. Working with the CAO, we ended up looking at could that happen this year through a cost-neutral analysis. Really couldn't with the amount of work we had and not enough time to really take the vacation time and you know, not paying out overtime. So looking into next year, I think we're ranked in the 4th and 5th type of position as far as we went through the leadership review. I was only fire service personnel in it at that time. Deputy Barney couldn't vote by proxy at that time, but we did have good overall leadership support for that firefighter position next year. It is in the budget, and I'd still be planning to look at how that money in there is really going to be supported in a cost-neutral way as best as possible. Giving a full year with staff and the career staff to plan vacation, take an extra week, not carrying vacation time over or utilizing existing overtime and not having it paid out. So there is a benefit for us to looking at that position differently than the other ones in the ranking. We're also taking into consideration of how, you know, we are a risk-based business. It's not all about how many calls we really get. You know, we have staffing here, you know, it's really a 24-hour type of response, but we just have members here for about 11 hours a day. Looking at your strategic priorities, we're taking a good in-depth look at our long-term staffing plan, or our long-term apparatus plan, as we think that there's probably some priorities after seeing a couple years of the province on fire and our traditional look at a structural type of fire engine. What's going to serve us need with a climate and emergency as far as having a lower cost but more hybrid wildfire type of engine as the next one that you'll see in the 5-year plan. We'll also think that we're considering is a lot of things we're seeing now with the cancer preventiveness and the concept of a clean cab. Even the current configuration that we have coming with our delivery next year, having a clone of that engine might not be the right thing because there's going to be likely some new recommendations from many associations about how trucks are configured so you're not putting dirty stuff in the cab environment. So we're constantly looking at how the fire service is changing and looking at how that long-term plan can be impacted. The things that you know, a consultant would end up looking at also would be how the current paid-on-call system is improving our recruitment, how will it actually have an effect on our retention, our current staffing of about 30 fire suppression members. I look at some of the numbers there. We do have, you know, 70% of them with less than 5 years experience. We bring in three recruits from last year's recruit camp, but I lose 3 members through the process of attrition. So those type of things I expect a full master plan review to support me on as well. We do have the in-house expertise. I think we did quite a good job with that 10-minute response time report, though to redo it and have it current, it's a matter of the time management that we don't have at the administrative level here with myself and Deputy Barney operationally needed in the fire department as well. So those are the main things I have to kind of propose to you and showcase to you here at our current kind of service level, and take any questions from you now.
I'll start off. I'd be interested to see some numbers on that paid on call and where it's the next steps, but I assume you'll produce that when we get further into the budget. Is that correct?
To the Chair, Councillor Beddoes, the recent statistics I can give you right away is just from our current intake. I think having that switch flicked in July, we had a very strong application pool, greater than last year. So 23 applicants came in, and we invited 16 to Saturday's recruitment evaluation. 15 said they'd come, 13 showed up. So we'll likely be bringing 9 into another process. So instead of having a weaker, you know, as far as response of just 3 people making it last year's recruitment, we expect maybe 6 to 9 there. It still puts us in a position where we'll have 6 to 9 very green people and perhaps lose a couple more people next year. So that's the reality of it. The measurements I'm going to be looking at will be on the retention side and how well they're responding and how they're supporting us, complementing with our ability to be on a duty crew and things like that. And
I think for
training
me, I
examples.
was interested in the dollar, what we spent on paid on call, anticipation spent for next year and things like that. That's what I'd be looking for. So I assume it's coming.
Yep.
Any other council comments or observations? Mayor Tate?
Thank you, Councillor, or Acting Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I guess this year it feels that we did get a break this past summer. And then I remember at the banquet you'd shared that, you know, while we didn't have wildfires, then the training was, there was more sort of training and at-home work. But I'm guessing as you plan ahead, there's still always in mind that next year, we could end up in a wildfire situation again. And then for me, it's always the case of doing our part there, because the concern would be we could easily have something here and need resources from other communities to come to the island to help us out here. And it's just always, how do you plan to keep, because we're in a wildfire situation. If the whole province is in wildfire, it's certainly happening here as well. So it's always just that balance of being able to send our crews while also maintaining the home front, which the department has always seemingly managed to do year after year. It's just always something that's on my mind, though. And then how do you plan for it? Because you don't really know what's going to happen, right?
Through the chair to your worship, a little bit different. My comments to that is, even though we didn't have that response this summer, we trained for it and were better prepared for it. We also did some better organization as far as attempting to do like a pre-alert waiting list, kind of like a standby list. So it wasn't such a scramble and be less exhaustive on us, and better planned as far as deploying with Otter Point, Machosen, Langford, and ourselves. So we had better reassurance that we are still protecting our community at the same time. Not having that revenue come in, what you see on the last slide there as far as some of those smaller utility trucks. In the 5-year plan, all that critical equipment and those utility trucks are really coming from the revenue from the last couple of years there. So we're still kind of in the good books there as far as being able to, accelerate and procure equipment from some of those proceeds and bring it right back into the department's needs.
And just to follow up, a couple years ago, I think you had just joined us at the district because we were talking at an odd hour of the day, was when there was this sort of tsunami, non-tsunami event. And I feel I should know this, but there are now sirens installed in the Juan de Fuca. Are we a part of that alert system?
Not for the horn system, that's important.
Oh, okay, so it's all the way out at Port Renfrew, they've installed something, but then obviously if that goes off, we would be alerted here and then you would respond as needed. I thought there was something in the Jordan River area that was installed, but maybe I'm mistaken.
They're looking at it, but it hasn't been installed yet.
Okay, all right, so Jordan River hasn't been installed, it's just in Port Renfrew then. Okay, that's still enough, well, it still is what it is, I suppose, for a warning.
Yeah, we'll get the same notification through the notification system ourselves. They'll get the siren, but we'll get the PANS.
You don't have to wait for the siren, you can go.
But you're tracking this as, like, when that incident happened off of Alaska, that's where you were already here, activated, tracking it and monitoring that whole system, sent the crew out as needed, and then managed to call them back. Okay.
Through the chair to your worship, I've attended a couple recent sessions. One was at the CRD for the tsunami modeling update. It's part of the regional evacuation strategy planning as well. And that goes with the grant money that we came in also. So we're part of a regional group on there, and there was quite a bit of discussions on some of the needs that were identified that came out of that January event. And one of them was kind of a regional notification system that is kind of balanced between our whole zone. So we are sending more of a consistent and the same message. And why does the states get a different message versus what's happening in Canada? So there's quite a bit of discussion on that. And even this week, I'm going into another session on the Sunday Emergency Management Framework, which is a type of framework that really came out of Japan. And it's going to touch on a little bit of the provincial's emergency response modeling. So there's quite a bit going on in that right now as far as that discussion's going. And Matt and I sat in the Emergency Preparedness Business Continuity Conference this year also, where we had an update from geologists about the type of modeling that's going to be happening in this area, including not just a Cascadia type event, a Juan de Fuca type of fault quake that could have an impact in Victoria, Esquimalt coming this way also. So there's quite a bit happening there, and I'll be able to verse you more on that also.
Okay, I think it would be helpful once you do get sort of all of that briefing that council in turn is also briefed, just because we do have a role to play usually in signing off the declaration and then of course handling all the media queries. So just understanding how it all is starting to fit, I think would be a benefit to all of us. If I'm not here, it'll be whoever is the deputy mayor of the day that would have to do that, and then also respond as needed to media. And even when there's a non-event, they still phone and ask for stories. So what's sort of the learning out of that last event was just how sort of the story was this event happened and all these municipalities responded differently. Some evacuated, some didn't, some mayors were there, and I was sleeping. So that was just sort of how it played out. That was not my moment on national TV. It wasn't great, but I'd like to see that, since the CRD is actually putting something together, that we're more consistently coordinated. So I sort of look forward to that information share when you have it available, whether it's yourself or the deputy, or both. Great.
All the other departments have sort of their breakdown on the piece of paper that we were handed out today, except fire. I don't find fire in mine.
Finding it.
Am I blind?
I'll take responsibility for that. I did put together,
It's 54.
oh, on the, not on this sheet. Yeah, I just put this together this morning, and obviously fire didn't end up on the report. Page 54 on your agenda package.
It just looks like we don't have those numbers, and that's nothing we can do about it today. Good pickup, Counselor. Is there any other, Counselor Bateman?
Yeah. So I had a
Counselor Bateman has the floor.
couple of questions. One, when our deputy fire chief moved up the ranks, I believe we made a commitment to the union to bring in another firefighter. Is that the firefighter that is priority number 5, or is this individual hired?
Through the chair to Councillor Bateman, that already happened. That it was the hiring of firefighter Sutherland.
Right.
The LOU 13 just looked at the option of pursuing an additional hire pending an organizational review this year, which we won't be doing. It's really a 2020 budget thing now.
Mm-hmm. Now, was this the community risk reduction you were mentioning? No, I'm sorry. Never mind that. The other, squad vehicle number 2, which is not assigned anywhere at this point. Now, at council the other week, I raised this idea that the Souk Shelter Society is very keen on a vehicle and had identified one of your no longer needed vehicles. And I know there's a disposition policy and all of that. Did you have any thoughts on that I can share with that group?
Through the chair to Councillor Bateman, I think the current comments you got about having to adhere to the disposal policy has to be met. Though ideally that van still has some service life in it. It's older, parts might be a challenge, but it has low kilometers for its year.
Right, okay, good.
Council traveling ban.
I didn't know about that.
Any other comment?
I'm not quite done. The consultant that you've been referring to, is that going to be in your budget request for next year?
Through the chair to Councillor Bateman, as the CEO mentioned, that there's three really kind of avenues. As far as a staff priority, I'll be showcasing that in the 2020 budget as a line item that once I get some good estimates for it, that will be a priority for 2020.
All right.
Anybody else, any comments? Hearing none, I guess we have nothing to add to that. Thank you very much, Chief. Bylaw.
right.
I guess it's you again.
I've got a few items here to discuss. So currently, the bylaw department is serviced by 2 bylaw officers. We have a senior bylaw officer that looks after business licensing. There has been an increase in applications in business licensing and servicing time for new applications this year. Currently, in 2019, we're at about 769 business license applications to date, and about 528 calls for enforcement versus 406 calls for enforcement last year. So we are seeing an increase with that, and the presence of a bylaw officer over some evening hours and weekends is probably likely the result of that. We're looking at the same process of what we did with Squad 2, as far as a command type vehicle in the fire department, having coming up to about 11 years of life, being a good secondary bylaw vehicle. Some of the other things the bylaw department's been working on this year has been a review of the business license bylaw, and also been looking at starting a review of the firearms and bow bylaw, and just recently kind of supporting on the, beginning to look at the secondary suites bylaw also.
Bylaw? Any questions from the council? Observations? Mayor Tate?
This may not seem like a relevant question, but I'm going to ask it anyway since we're in the discussion, but at some point, just given our park and trail network, would we need to look at getting a bicycle of some sort for our bylaw officer to move through on the parks?
Through the chair to your worship, we did actually a little bit of a trial during the movie night, and
Yeah.
we had the one bylaw officer on the bike, and it was very well received by himself, and I think he enjoyed that process. I didn't get any direct feedback from him, but I gave him another avenue to look at. We just make sure he had the proper PPE on and he was visible at night were some of the concerns, right?
Yeah, because I mean, like police, I know that some of our police sometimes are out doing bike patrol, and it's a particular type of bike to do that. So if he's doing work, we don't expect our employees, we should be compensating them for their personal use. But if it's something like as our park system grows and the leaps and bounds that it does, if there's activity happening, it's sort of like, okay, what is bylaw and what is police related? But as outdoor events of our own making come online, it's something, I'm just going to put it out there to think about, and we'll wait for it to come at an appropriate time.
My last comment on that, I don't think this would impact significantly a service level change. It would be maybe a modest thing in the budget as far as PPE and maybe some maintenance on a bicycle or something like that. It's minimal.
Okay. It's, to me, it sounds like a pretty logical thing is if the bylaw officer doesn't mind riding a bike, we can get him a horse too, I guess, if we need to be. Yeah, I'd be in favor if you could work that into your future budget. I think that's something worthwhile.
I just add that from here all the way to Sun River, if we're successful with our multi-purpose lacrosse box and get the bridge connector done, it would just be faster for anyone to move on the trail network in that way. So, yeah, glad to hear the support.
Good to be seen, too. That's the other thing, the bylaw officer, yeah, and he's a cheerful soul, so. Yep.
Yeah, just on that subject, to add that at the CRD's provisional budget discussions last week, in their budget, there are electric bikes for their, a budget for their water department people and I think some parks people, so that might be a modest increase, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the other thing, no, it's, no, never.
Councillor St. Pierre. I was going to suggest electric bikes. Oh, there we go.
So I did hear possibly the purchase of an e-bike for bylaw. Do we have consensus on costing that out? No, I just need consensus.
What's thoughts? Councillor St. Pierre, you can lead off.
Just another comment is that if it's appropriate for, you know, like any of our department where there's a logical fit, I would be supportive. If it's park staff that needs to move through the system, I would support that as well, like whether it's parks or bylaw or whomever to move through the system, because in some cases it is faster to go by bike than it is to drive, because the trail network is excellent. And then the more our people are using it, the more people, it's just safer, right, as if we adopted. So, I mean, this is different than an employee commuting to work, but given how spread out things are, if people are doing that, I'd be open to that.
Okay, we have that as a council suggestion. I don't think we need a motion on that. Everybody okay with that? All right, Chief?
Yeah. To the chair, my only comment is.
Chief first.
We do have two bylaw officers that they're different sizes, so likely they'd have to have two different sized type e-bikes. It doesn't work that way. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, Councillor McMath, I see you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Besides the single event this year where you tried out a bylaw officer on a bike, how often would they be using these bikes?
Through the chair to Councillor McMath, I would expect it would be a weather-related thing, an enforcement-related thing. I'd really have to sit down with the bylaw officers to have a discussion on, you know, the amount of use and how it would impact not using the vehicle. Would it free up a vehicle for, you know, another person? How much less fuel is being used and all that. So there's quite a few things to kind of look at it. Really, I just see it as a modest kind of budget increase of, you know, maybe $5,000 to accommodate equipment and bikes and servicing and stuff like that.
If we're getting e-bikes, though, those are like $2,000 each. And then if we're buying two, so it's like $5,000. I'm just like, it nickels and dimes, right? And it does add up. And so it's just, would it be nice to have a couple e-bikes? Yeah, absolutely. But I just...
My understanding is we're not agreeing to buy them. We're just looking into the feasibility, and we have to talk to bylaw if it would be an asset to them. It may not. They may say, no, I just as soon use something else. So, but it's worth looking into. But before we made a decision for Councillor McMath, is at least with me, I would want to make sure that it was cost effective for absolutely. So
it's $5,000 for like a seasonal.
Yeah, no, I
that
understood.
They may or may
yeah,
not use,
yeah.
and then really, if they get a call to go down a trail, they don't just like drive and then walk in. I'm not sold.
Yep. Councillor St. Pierre.
I would suggest that as we try and actually increase connectivity and reduce our use of cars, which is going to happen in terms of our infrastructure, and there's huge infrastructure costs that we pay for when we focus on using cars for everything, that actually costs us huge. Not only that, but if we're not setting an example, we're not necessarily there on the trails, we're not necessarily using the system, we're not in a position to essentially monitor it, make sure that it's operating properly, notice any rough spots, sort it out.
Parks. either.
You don't need a bike, they have legs.
Biking and walking is different, though.
If we ended up purchasing just an outrageous number of e-bikes, call it 6 e-bikes at $2,000 apiece for $12,000, and managed to reduce our auto costs or vehicular costs by one vehicle, it'd be totally worth it.
Understood. Anyways, they're just gonna, they come back with a report, so that's, I'm happy with that myself. So.
So have we reached consensus on that, Mr. Chairman?
I believe so. I think they go review purchase of an e-bike for bylaw officers to utilize, and you're gonna look into it, see if it's worthwhile and cost effective. Sure. I'm happy. Anybody else object, first of all? We have one objection. I don't hear anybody else objecting, so. Do you want that recorded, Councillor McMath?
All right, thank you. That is the end of our departmental presentation. So we've got 3 small pieces of work left to do. At the end, we said we would come back and ask the question, is there any service that we're not currently doing that council would like us to consider costing out? So we'll ask that question first. The second thing that we'll come back to is items that we wish to come back to. Councillor McMath, I know, wants to go back to OCP. And then the third thing we need to do before we conclude is to draft a resolution on what we are going to bring back, just so we're all on the same page.
Sure.
So any service that we're not currently providing that council would like us to consider?
Mayor Tate?
So this isn't that it's not happening. Every department is doing a good job at it, but it's just grant writing or application for grants. I'm sensing that next year is an important year for us as a municipality to chase absolutely any provincial grant that opens, that is reasonable for us to pursue. I mean, I wouldn't say go for it if it's not in our strategic plan. But just I sense that there will be opportunity. The current government is midway through their mandate, so it's going to be a big year. I also sense from a federal level that there's going to be a progression of things coming out. So I just, we've sort of, okay, here's the deadline and our staff are making it happen. It's just, do you feel that there's internal capacity to position us well for those things?
I do not think there's internal capacity. And on our org chart, the economic development person is / grant writer as well. So we can talk about reprioritizing that. Or one thing that we have done a little bit of research on, and Colwood does this and has seen some success with it, is to actually contract that out. So pay a percentage of what we get. And I've got 2 contacts from Colwood that they use and have had some good success in chasing grants in that way. So we could cost that out and bring back those 2 options for council to consider with the first draft of the budget.
Yeah, in my view, I think it's now, there may be a dissenting view on that, but I feel it's incredibly important for next year that we do so. The alignment that's happening is.
Yeah,
the stars are lining up. I understand.
If we miss provincial grants for necessary projects, like that's not a good headline for us. We have to get in order for those.
Yeah, my experience with this is a lot of the grant writing stuff really is boilerplate stuff, but you have to have it right.
Yes.
So the front end work would be getting those templates and that boilerplate stuff, telling the story of the District of Sauk in place. And I think that if we can get that done even on a contract basis for the next cycle, we'd be in better shape than we are now.
Okay. The other piece was we gave out grant money to one of our community organizations to examine and pursue the development of the hotel tax, and it's been 1.5 years and nothing has come of it. So, which still leaves us as an outstanding opportunity. And at what point do we take that back and either ask for the money back or actually progress that ourselves? Because again, we're missing an opportunity here and nothing's happening. Some individuals are quick to point the finger at us for not moving on something, but we actually funded it, and I had expected that report a year ago.
I have an order here. I want to let our CEO respond to that first, and then we'll go St. Pierre's next, and then.
And then I just have one more follow-up for service as well. I'll wait till Mr. McInnes replies on this.
So through the chair to the mayor, you did miss the first part of the, so we did talk about grants overall under the council budget, and we did have, you'll see a resolution come from that. But we also are working on the community grant policy, which is coming to council on the 18th. And the accountability piece for grants, I hope is part of the criteria in the new policy that will be coming. And if not, it really should be how can we ensure accountability for projects that we fund as part of the grant program.
Okay, and then just two more. We've had a conversation about the South Island Prosperity Project. Would that be something we would consider during budget deliberations?
Awesome question. I certainly had considered, I was going to bring it forward as a staff recommendation through the economic development function, which will be a function of the office of the CAO. But if council wishes to prioritize that and have it costed out as a service level increase, it probably would carry a little bit more weight.
Okay, I'm just not certain how familiar all of council is on that, so like there's sort of like nothing here, so I may just wait for your staff report on that then.
I've been given some really good information
Okay.
from the organization that I think would be helpful.
Okay, I just think it would be unfair to sort of throw it at council at this point. The last one, and I'm uncertain if council addressed this when you met earlier and addressed the council budget. Had there been any discussion about additional support for council committees? We still need to consider what sort of committees we would like to form outside of our usual sort of liaison and such list, and I think there's a need to progress some, but I don't know what our existing staff capacity is in order to support more, so is that there?
Yeah, so when I presented for corporate services, we're currently supporting 4 committee/working groups, which is pretty much our capacity at this point. So if council was looking at others, we would need some additional resources.
So those 4 being climate action, housing.
So I looked at NECLA, that one's finished, and affordable housing is picking up, and
Right.
then SPA, and then there is the primary healthcare network.
Okay.
So those are the 4 that we're currently supporting.
Okay, so I do think that, I wrote down that council may want to have some sort of a workshop to actually just hash out and have a frank discussion about committees, what we hope to obtain from them. Like, I think SPA needs to sort of rebrand, like it needs a bit of a lift. It hasn't met in a year for obvious reasons, but just as it goes forward, I was thinking that the terms of reference on it would be timely to sort of update and renew. And then some of the others that are coming, Councillor Logan's has raised the Youth Council as a potential, and then there's also economic development being another. And so I just don't want to lose sight of that. And I also think that next year would be a good year to have a committee. Now that the UBCM has come out with the council remuneration report, next year would be timely to have an outside committee examine the whole council remuneration piece again, now that the UBCM information is relevant. That would be completely distant for us, but it is another committee that's going to need staff resources for just a very short defined time, and then community grants. So I think that there is just an adjustment that is needed for those things.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I believe Councillor Matt had something that was germane to.
If you yield the floor to Councillor McMath, I'm happy with that.
I just wanted to comment on the MRDT with the money that was given to the Economic Development Group, and perhaps this is something that Jeff and I could have communicated better to council. So the Economic Development Group that exists in Souk is solely based off people that are volunteering, and their they're businessmen and women, and they have limited time like everyone, and they're not getting paid to put this project together. They're using that money to work with a consulting company to put together all of the information and the proposal. And people have had personal issues that have come up that have delayed that process. They're still working on it, and like I'm happy to send a follow-up email just with updates on that. But they are really working hard, and they want to ensure that when they bring it forward, it's perfect, because it's been brought forward twice previously and has been unsuccessful, and it's been unsuccessful because it's been misinformation and it's been inadequately prepared. So just comment on that.
Thank you. Councillor St. Pierre, you have...
Thank you. I had a number of items that I think might be worth considering. One of them was something that's near and dear to me, which is essentially capacity building in terms of local community groups, so that we can actually work with them more effectively, especially for things like the OCP. So right now we're spending an enormous amount of money regularly on community engagement, which is honestly only marginally successful ever. That's just the nature of the beast. We bring in outside consultants to basically connect with our community. I believe that our money would be better spent on actually building capacity within our community and within the district to actually connect with those groups a little bit better. So I'd like to be looking at that piece of it, which is a little bit different. We have the Committee for Climate Action that has met and is in the process of finalizing some priorities. And ideally, we'd be looking for some budget, given that we've declared a crisis and made it one of our top goals and priorities. But I don't at this point in time see, there are elements of that in parks and in various other budgets, but it'd be good to probably have some money available, and I'm hoping that it might be able to bring forward some idea of what that might cost, or some of the initial initiatives might cost. In terms of the Economic Development Coordinator and Grant Writer, I was surprised that it didn't actually have a priority number attached to it, because we really need commercial taxes, and we really need retail taxes and industrial taxes. We really need to bring in that economic development so we can actually balance out our tax portfolio. Our staff growth is based on our growth, and if we actually want our staff to grow and provide services, it's not going to happen on the residential side of things. The residential side is a barely break-even, losing money proposition. So it seems to me that putting a little bit more emphasis on the Economic Development Coordinator would make a lot of sense, and the grant writing function would be useful in the near future while we're in this wonderful alignment. I think a contract would be a good way to get around that. I don't know if we could do that for the Economic Development Officer as well. But I really think that we need to look seriously at doing the economic development sooner rather than later. We need that economic diversity, we need our local economy pumped up, and we need the tax base. So I'd like to see that move forward. In terms of committee support, again, the Climate Action Committee did have support from Council, thanks to contingency, in terms of actually working on its strat plan, getting to work better together, and working better as a team. I think that if we're actually going to have committees, instead of having them a hiatus for long periods of time, we need to provide them with support, make sure they have the opportunity to have direction from Council and determine the direction based on direction from Council, and make sure we get results. Otherwise, we're just wasting staff time on committee work. So just a few things.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, we'll be looking for some consensus.
To interrupt you, sorry. I didn't realize that. She's way in the corner. I missed your arm. You have a comment. Go ahead, Councilor McMahon.
Sorry, right now, are you only looking for the increases?
What I'm going to be looking for now is consensus from Council on the item that Mayor Tate brought up, the support, and that would, in my view, be through corporate services. And Councillor Pierre, I want to drill down a little bit on what is meant by capacity building, what sort of resources are required for Climate Action Committee, whether we want to bump up the Economic Development / Grant Coordinator or do something other than that. And Councillor Pierre also mentioned the committee support. So I'm going to be looking for some consensus from all of Council on whether any or all of these cut muster and get costed out as items in the first draft of the budget. Does that answer your question?
Sort of. Like if I'm looking to downgrade a service? Now is the time to bring it up?
It's an existing service and you want to downgrade it?
More, I just wanted to chat about it with my counselors, but we have that downtown parking that we pay for. Yeah, that needs to go. That lot, and I would like to get rid of it.
If I may speak to that.
Sure.
I agree with you, Councillor. We've been paying $2,000 a month for that lot, and it did come to our attention as our staff, our deputy finance director, our corporate officer, our new sale looked into it, that it's actually not zoned for how we're using the lot. So we're using it as a parking lot, and we're actually in a conflict with zoning. So for me, as we're going through compliance in our community, and now that we know this, or I know this, I feel that we do need to wind it up, because it's like, who's calling the pot black here? So that is something that I think that we need to give notice on. I don't know if that's a budgetary, like, it is kind of a budgetary item, but I think it is a service that we've been providing, and this is what we've learned about service. So that's part of the due diligence that should have happened before the district entered into that. But I mean, that was then, this is now. Now we know, so we move on.
So what do you need from us in regards to that one item about the parking down there, the lot, the 2,000?
So I do want to just make a comment and just maybe a connection. So again, we acquire assets, and that could be through development bequests, or we develop them ourselves, or we acquire them through a lease agreement like this. And those assets are meant to provide a service. And one of the services that piece of land provides right now is the Saturday market. And I think we need to be cognizant of the impacts of not providing that service on, an event that goes on in the summertime here that is, I believe, is cherished by the community. So,
Yeah, it's Mayor Tate?
Just for clarity, though, that the country market has been there for a long time, like over 10 years now, and so it existed on that property prior to us leasing it. So there was that element, right? And then the intent of leasing it was to provide more town center parking. So should there be an event happen, that our residents have another place to park, because otherwise we're using the parking lots and the like. So in some cases, would the country market favor a shift of moving to our park here in John Phillips? Or could they still negotiate with the landowner there to be in that park? I mean, that existed before we leased it. Our intent of leasing it was to provide town center parking and to also, and that's where, but we didn't want to lose the market. So one existed before the other. Yeah. It wasn't like we leased it and then the market came. The market existed before us. So I think we would need, maybe again to have that as we look to wind up paying for the parking. Because right now, there's no market. It's over. It runs from May to Thanksgiving, but we're still leasing that parking throughout the winter months. There's no market at all. But then it was like, oh, it's town center parking. But now the use isn't allowable with the zone. So we know that, and I agree with Councillor McMath there. So I think a different conversation has to happen. And then also, could we consider hosting the market on our lands here? We have a washroom now. There's more awareness on John Phillips, all of those amenities, safer, bigger, all of the residents that live in this neighborhood.
excellent. And yes, I can craft that into a service level piece that does come back in the first draft of the budget.
Hey, any other questions before I move on here? I don't see. Oh, Councillor McMath, gee, you got to raise your hand a little higher so I can see it. That's right.
The OCP line item that I wanted to come back to, how much money has been set aside right now? How much money do we have to date to pay for the new OCP?
$200,000 in years 2019, 2020, and 2021.
But right now, today?
$50,000.
$50,000. So I think perhaps it would be worthwhile to increase that, because if we want to do the OCP sooner rather than later. I don't know, I almost feel like we should have the money by the end of 2020 at the very latest. Especially like you're talking about increasing the tax base with commercial and industrial, like that's a huge component of that.
Finance comment on that?
Through your worship, just to clarify, like the way the budget is broken up that way, because we're trying to budget for when we'll actually receive the invoices. So like realistically, if we contracted out the OCP for 2020, we're not gonna have to pay the full bill in 2020. So that's why it's been allocated the way it has been, because it's just about when we're gonna actually be receiving the actual charges. So that's why it's spread out, and to have not such a big hit in 1 year. So whether, the conversation I think is more about, is $200,000 enough for the OCP? And then it's a matter of how many years do you want to get it done by? So that definitely would need some work to confirm how much, is 125 next year enough, or does it need to be more? So that'll be talking to planning and with the CAO to confirm, I think.
Because if we're losing the 22 grand from that parking lot, then maybe we can put that into the OCP section, because it doesn't sound like 200 grand is going to be enough.
I don't know. I have to, for me, I have to rely on financial staff to, if they feel that 200,000 is what we need. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't have the skill set to know if that's true or not. I assume that they've done their work, so.
So.
Okay, so now you need a motion.
I think on the OCP thing, my suggestion to council is let's defer until the December report comes from planning on the OCP, because I think what I heard from Ms. Campbell is there's going to be some options in there about the level of review that we want, and I think that'll have an impact on ultimately the budget that we require. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. Perfect sense.
Then, I know we've been here for a while, but I do want to try and drill down to consensus. So the item that Mayor Tate brought for the support for committees, that would be a service level change in corporate services. And is there consensus that we want to cost that out? We can bring back some proposals and say what we would envision that support look like and what the cost would be.
I would be happy with that report. How about the rest of council?
Can I comment?
Yes, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago that committees were cut adrift of staff support and were expected to file their own minutes. And at the time, someone, possibly me, came up with this idea that staff should show up in the latter portion of a meeting, at which time they will collect the information gathered over the course of that meeting. So in a 20-minute time frame, it's possible to, as much as staff does provide remarkable guidance in my direct experience with the Lot A task force, that might be a way to expand our committee structures without overly increasing service levels.
Just a second. We've got a number of hands up here. We're going to start at the far end this time.
Before finding out what additional support might cost, I'd actually be interested in working with council on our committee structure to determine whether or not what we have right now is actually what we want and what we want to achieve. We can go ahead and increase with any number of committees and keep on spending money, but if it's not getting done what we want to get done, and if it's not meeting our objectives, then I don't see the point. I think we really need to maybe drill down and see, okay, are these the committees we want? Are they doing what we want to do?
Mayor Tate?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that if we can find time, it's going to have to be early December though, just for us to meet and just to talk about all the committees, because one may evolve into something else. Like one could be, I don't know, but I'd like to see us discuss that. But when staff was removed from committees, that ended up being a complete fail. I think there's a lot of coordination, meetings, getting materials, committee members have questions, there's nobody there, and then it's just not a sustainable model. And so I appreciate your point, Councillor Bateman, but sometimes through the flow and then even later, it's like, well, what did they mean by that? Like, I wasn't there for the discussion, so how can you formulate the minutes or try to read someone's writing and make sense of it if you're not present for the whole conversation? So I just think that with some of the stuff we need to do, we do need someone grounded with some solid experience, because there could be an easy question like, oh, just fill out a call for service form. And it would eliminate like a whole scale of work. So there, I think there's kind of two pieces. I think that timing-wise, we still need to have a sense, okay, if we added even one more person to corporate services to do that, that staff knows so they can plan something. It's just for my availability in November is pretty much non-existent now or going to be. So then I think we need to look at time in December and examine, okay, here's, and even it's counselors and their time, here's all the things we have to be appointed to. Here are some things, do we really need to be appointed to? And then here's committee models that make the most sense, and where do we sort of go there? So I think it's kind of both pieces.
Yeah, just the word of caution, though, is if we're pushing that off into December, December is just a crazy month to do anything. And I'm away the first week of December in Disneyland, and I'm not canceling that. I agree, we do need to look at this, and I would certainly like to do it sooner than later. But, you know, I understand you have a busy schedule, too. Councillor St. Pierre, you had your hand up.
And this is just a quick addition to that. I don't know myself personally what would be needed, for example, for a task force that would have a limited duration and what that level of support would require, or what that kind of thing would require. The difference between a commission and a committee and what that would require. Whether or not we can meet in daylight hours for committees and what. So there's a whole host of questions here in terms of things like working groups, subcommittees, task force, different types of arrangements. I'm not familiar with all of them. But if we could actually get some advice, figure out what we want to accomplish and find the best tools, maybe some of them will be short-term and won't be a huge drain on staff resources. So I think that was similar to the Lot A thing that happened, which was great.
Mayor Tate?
So I found a time slot, potentially is the afternoon of Monday, November 25th. So say, like, we do have a regular council meeting that evening, but if council was available that afternoon, say, like 1 to 3, and maybe have our corporate officer present just to talk about the various types, task force, workshop, working group, whatever, I think that sort of piece is important. We will be also reviewing all of our appointments by then. We'll have some of those appointments made, and we can sort of examine everything and then if we brought all of our terms of references and sort of put them in a pile, I'm sure we could hash something out. We didn't need to be succinct, maybe like 1 to 3:30? Would that be possible? Would that date and talk be possible?
I'd have to check.
I might have a mistake on my schedule, but mine says that we're already meeting at 12 o'clock noon, but that can't be right.
No, we have a 7 o'clock regular meeting so this is Monday, November 25th.
Sorry, if I may, there is an afternoon meeting on the 18th, but
We
not
do
on
have one on the 18th.
but
and
not
in
on the
Canada
25th.
18th. So I'm just going to throw that out there, and then understanding Councillor Beddoes, you'll check your schedule and report back. I just want to get something out. It's a November date.
I have to check with my scheduler.
Your scheduler, that is. But yeah, hopefully that'll work.
Now we have to catch up where we were. So we were dealing with increased committee support, and you wanted some indication on that one bullet item, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm hearing possibly a bit of a workshop on Monday, November 25th from 1 to 3:30. We do have a committee support policy. That is not bad. Councillor St. Pierre and I spent a little bit of time with this, with the Climate Action Committee and going through it. But it certainly could be the basis of this workshop as well.
So then we would put off asking for much increased committee report and creation of budget for the climate action change until we have that meeting on the 25th? Is that your recommendation?
No, the policy could be part of the work that we do on November 25th. And that could lead to possibly a increase for committee support in the 2020 budget. I think that the work for the Climate Action Committee is done. Their strategic, their workshop has been completed. They do have some objectives and some action plans already done. So I'll let Councillor St. Pierre talk a little bit more about that. But I think that that one we could consider today as bringing back something for that committee.
So the first one, we're going to increase committee support. We're waiting to the 25th meeting, and now we're going to deal with the creation of budget for the climate action change. Is that correct? Thank you. Open to Councillor St. Pierre. Are you going to start that off?
Well, I'm going to keep it short and simply point out that the three objectives that floated to the surface based on our strat plan in no small part were transportation, food security, and community education and engagement. So what we have not had time to do is actually develop working plans and working groups based on the objectives that were more or less determined. I don't have specific numbers attached. I suspect that if we actually do go ahead with the hire of a communication person, then the community education engagement piece might, at least in some small way or large way, fall under their purview or have support at that end. I'm assuming they're going to have, some sort of budget for the media and so on and so forth. I don't know if we need a separate budget for climate action. I'm not really clear on what that would look like. In terms of transportation, we have the Parks Department that's already really involved with that, and we're mostly looking at things like connectivity and actually really moving towards better land use planning, which of course is something the Planning Department's already doing. So I'm not sure, again, I would actually want to have a chat with Mr. McInnes and potentially look at some numbers on some of the actual initiatives that would be specific in particular to the Climate Action Committee. In terms of food security, again, a lot of it is going to be public engagement. The big thing that I'm interested in at this point in time is there was some discussion of potentially supporting community gardens and backyard gardens as an easy, low-hanging fruit. So what can we do to actually support that? We talked about potentially doing things like providing compost or soil or who knows what, but that hasn't actually been fleshed out as of yet. But obviously, if we move in that direction, we'll be looking at least a small amount of money, although it may be possible to get some of that through grants. It's actually more than likely that some of that will be available through grants. I don't know exactly how much money would be required. I don't know if you have thoughts.
I'm not sure exactly, this is my clarification, exactly what you're asking for a budget so the Climate Action Committee can look into things a little deeper, is that correct? Not implementing anything, or is that what you mean?
Anything that would be implemented would be through council. I mean, that would have to work that way. My concern is that we've got this declared crisis, but at every level, the problem seems to be that even with a crisis, there's no budget line for actually doing anything. And so I'm hoping there'll be money set aside somewhere so that if we decide as a council that we want to do something, we don't necessarily have to pull it out of contingency. And that's my concern. And I don't know if this is the right place in the budget for it or how to manage this, but I'd like to make sure that we have some money available to do the things we decide we want to do.
Mayor Tate?
So why couldn't it just come from council contingency? Because there's more transparency there. Like council, we allocate a certain amount contingency, we receive money, we pass resolutions, and we fund out. By just saying line item, Climate Action Committee, I don't know, $20,000. If asked, what is that for? It's like, I don't know. It's whatever the committee wants to do. So they'll come forward with a recommendation, whereas with council contingency, any of the committees could approach, like that would be what it was set for. So why would council contingency not be a good fit?
Yeah, go ahead. You can reply to that, Councillor St. Pierre. Oh, sorry.
Or Ms. Machado.
Machado?
Thank you. If memory serves, I believe the terms of reference for the committee do not allow them to expend any budget. So even if there was a budget line item for the committee, they would still have to come back to council to get authority to spend within it. If you didn't want to have to take it out of the contingency and set aside some specific monies for their initiatives.
But how would that be any different than council contingency? There could be contingency allocated to support any of the requests that come from committee, is no different than having a line item that they would still need to come for council for. Like, isn't it sort of the same?
Well, it's one and the same, I suppose, but if you wanted to dedicate specific funds to climate change action and leave contingency for unforeseen items,
Right.
which is the intent of the contingency for things that aren't known.
But it's just difficult right now, like if you had, you know, like if the committee said, okay, here's what we're going to do and costed it out, then of course we can put it in the budget. But in this case, we don't know, so we're creating a budget and we don't know what it's for. Like that's where, and I don't, you know, I'd like to encourage and support the work that you're doing, but I just think in this case, it is unforeseen because right now I don't know what that would be.
CAO, you had a comment?
Yeah, again, so I think that this would be a really good test case for our meeting on the 25th of November, because the committee structure policy that is in place, committees, their only role is to make recommendations to council. But to Councillor Pierre's other, St. Pierre's other request here, building community capacity, if we will want to build community capacity, in this case, do some educational things, maybe go into the schools or other service clubs or whatever it may be, that is an action. It's not a recommendation to council, and it may require a modest budget to do that. So I think if we talk about this community structure policy and maybe empowering those committees to do something more than just make recommendations to council, it would be the basis of a good discussion, in my opinion. So I guess what I'm saying, if you're in agreement, Councillor St. Pierre and the rest of council, is maybe we defer this to that discussion on the 25th to talk about this idea that committees are only to make recommendations to council. Have a broader discussion around this community capacity building and whether we want to empower these groups to do more than just make recommendations.
What's council's wishes on that? I'll speak first because I haven't spoken for a while. I agree, and I think I suggested that in the beginning, is that, you know, until we get to the November 25th, we can hash it out, and I agree with Councillor St. Pierre, a discussion is necessary. I don't fully understand all the implications. I agree with Mayor Tate with it's hard to set a budget when you don't know what you're budgeting for, and I think the public could be pretty choked with this if we're doing something like that. So I don't think we can move any further till we do that, but I'm all for postponing those items until we get to the 25th. Councillor St. Pierre.
I quite agree. I think it'll also give the Climate Action Committee time to actually meet together and potentially have some better ideas and some better numbers to put together. I think this will work well. Again, my concern is what seems to be happening at all levels of government is we know that there are costs, we know there are things we should do, but no one seems to know which line item to go to get some money to actually do anything. So as long as we find some solutions to that piece, I don't care what happens.
Okay, we'll leave that for another discussion. Councillor McMath, do you have any comments there? Okay.
So I would like to tie these two together if I could, and I'm going to make a suggestion. To me, economic development really is the traditional business attraction, business retention stuff. But if we build building community capacity into that, it really becomes community economic development. And it deals with much more than just the traditional economic development function. I would like to have a discussion with council if that is where we want to go with this, whether it is a community economic development model that we want to start to build, or whether it is that traditional business attraction retention that is the most important piece for Souk right now. So I'd like to have that discussion and then maybe some suggestions on the response that I get to that.
Mayor Tate?
Well, I like where you're going with community development. I think that the traditional model, it's been tried a few times. I think we're breaking new ground now, moving on. The municipality is getting its house in order. And I think just when you think of the vast amount of retired talent, not only retired, but just talent that's forming within our community, there has to be a way to harness that isn't just brick and mortar. Like, there's other types of innovation that are needed, working with the Sauk Nation and the like, the museum and what they've, and the museum's a good example with their night market. That has basically been an economic incubator. Many of those stands have evolved into businesses that are starting to employ people. So I think, and just with what Rotary and Lions and like Sukarama, like those are all community development pieces. So I'd like to see us try something different rather than just pull out the whole, this is what traditional model is. I don't think that works in a changing, diverse place that we are. We need something new and different and inspired.
So is there a consensus that we move for the community economic development model as opposed to the traditional one? Yeah. Everybody in agreement? Is that good enough for you?
That is perfect for me, and I think it fits then into putting together, and I'll certainly work with Mayor Tate to put together the agenda for November 25th, because I think that this now impacts committees and what we expect from committees, and building a new committee model and breathing some life into the volunteer committee work that we expect from the community. So starting down the path of creating a community economic development function in Sauk really excites me. So.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
Sorry, just as a side note, because the capacity building piece seems to have been rolled into the CED piece, or the Community Economic Development piece, that wasn't actually quite my intent, and I'd just like to clarify why I think it's important and see if council agrees. So traditionally what's been happening, not just in Sauk, but just about everywhere, is whenever you have an exercise like the OCP review or a master plan, community, whatever, you hire consultants, you have them extend feelers into the community, they put together presentations, they do democracies and so on and so forth, and the turnout is generally a lot of the same people that show up at every event or contribute all the time, and maybe a few dozen more people. Honestly, if you paid people $1,000 a piece to show up, you'd probably get better results in some cases. It's actually really kind of, it seems like a weird way to use your money that way. Meanwhile, we have organizations like the Lions, the Rotaries, Sauk Food Chi, all sorts of organizations within Sauk. Sauk is rife with transition Sauk, obviously. I won't. That are out there already doing the work, already talking to people, already connected in the community. If we actually work with some people within those organizations that are interested in maybe some professional training around facilitation, maybe visioning exercises, things that can actually increase the potency of their organization, some real value added for them to make it worthwhile. Those people might be in a Rolodex for us to contact when we actually need to do our exercises. So we spend a minimal amount of money making sure we have strong contacts with people who can actually bring in a lot of people for opinions and to feed the data into our systems. And then instead of actually spending $50,000 or $20,000 on some outside consultant, we're already hooked into a community that's built capacity, where people are already doing better visioning, organizations are better prepared to move forward, they're having better meetings, and they're connected with us. And so we're working better together. So it's really capacity building at our level, connecting with community groups, so that we can actually do our OCP in a much more effective manner. Maybe we can bring that bill down to $200,000. That'd be nice. Sorry.
Any other comments? Councillor McMath, you have the floor.
Typically, when we've hired outside companies to come and do work, it's like for bigger projects, and then the community consultation is a part of it. They have the Rolodex that usually is provided to them from the staff, and it's very, it covers almost every single community group, and the invitation goes out and the door is open. It's true, typically the engagement is pretty abysmal, but that's just the reality. And so you can't really you can't close that door to save money in a sense or put it somewhere else. And I don't see how you're saving money by, you're still having to hire this group. And the public engagement just happens to be a piece of it. So I don't see where we're saving money.
You certainly didn't answer that, Councillor St. Pierre.
This
Through
is-
me, though.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
through,
that's
through
good.
the chair. Through the chair.
I know, I didn't,
Councillor McMahon.
I didn't want a big fight going on down there.
Yeah. This is the type of situation where our own planning department, our in-house staff, could actually use the Rolodex themselves and actually get equivalent to better results. They're already excellent at event coordination and doing a lot of this work. But if you've actually created really strong linkages with the different community groups, and you're providing something of value to them, so they have a reason to want to talk to you, that's where it's at. It's about actually creating connections between the district and the different community groups that we might want to work with in order to do these exercises.
So, but those, may I? Through
Well,
your-
it's that,
through
no,
your worship?
I just don't want to get this two-way discussion going here. It involves all of us, and so I'd like to comment on it first, and then break up the little thing going back and forth down there. But I can understand a little bit of both things, but my concern with using the community groups is the biases, and there's people that have their own agendas and things like that. If we could identify people in our community that have the skill set and would volunteer their skill set to head up some of these things that we would normally contract out to, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor if we could identify those people. But I would be, I'd be a little bit taken aback if we asked the Lions, for instance, to look at something because they have their biases and things like that to head it up. So that's something we need to move cautiously, that's all, just saying. Mayor Tate?
I think this will evolve naturally through the community economic development process. So as we go that way, this will be a natural evolvement in that way.
Councilor McMath, I'm sorry I didn't cut you off. Then I'll come second. No, you had your hand up first that I saw, but I don't see everything, so I'll give it to you first.
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Bateman.
My head's getting increasingly fuzzy at the moment, but
I need
what
a drink. I'm
Councillor
sorry.
St. Pierre has been saying makes a lot of sense. It's capacity building of our community groups. Give them an opportunity to even be mentored by some of our consultants, to learn new skill sets, to know that we value them, and bring them along. So, yeah.
Are they the gas here too, so we better wrap it up pretty soon. And the last one is review. Councillor McMath.
Well, I think we have a consensus that we want to get out of the lease and then also connect with the Saturday market, even though they were there before the lease came in, that perhaps that they could use the facilities next door.
As long as we feel that that matter's been handled, I'm okay to move on. Thank you. Councillor, CAO McInnes. Over to you again. What do you need from us now?
Just closure on the capacity building piece, because I don't, I'm hearing that, and I can just share a little bit of my experience with this. And it was in my work previously with sustainability planning, but it is really the same thing as community economic development. And we trained a cadre of, we called them, we originally called them facilitators, and it was just, they were taught facilitation and just the process side of facilitation. But we moved into making sure that they were strong on our sustainability work, the content of that. So we moved away from the phrase facilitators to practitioners. So we trained a cadre of practitioners in sustainability. And one of the requirements for them to take on projects or to lead initiatives was that they needed to go through this training. And the training was done through the equivalent of the economic development branch here in BC. So I think that, the comments around we are talking about the same things will present itself as this thing unfolds. But do we want to specifically work on some capacity building at this point, or wait and see if that is part of this community economic development strategy that we will kick off.
I would like, my thing is wait and see. We're just starting this process. I think it's in everybody's head. We're all thinking about it, and that's step one. But I think we need more information, and I would accept your analysis of that, and we move ahead under that model. Okay. Councillor St. Pierre.
I would simply add that I'd love to have something like this happening before or in conjunction with the OCP review, so that we can actually make use of it in that way.
Yep.
Sure.
Then I believe the resolution that I'm looking for is currently on the screen.
I'll move that recommendation.
Yeah, thank you all. It was not,
I'll move adjournment with gratitude to Councillor Beddoes. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, all those in favor of adjourning, raise their hand. No argument there.
Excuse me, did somebody second the motion to adjourn?
Yes, Councillor St. Pierre, second.
Thank you.